Really?
Yeah.
$50 to go to a movie?
Well, and they're on their parents' streaming services too, so they're not really paying for that too much either. So.
Good point. But like, if you're only getting, there are certain shows, that's the only show I want to watch. I'm not going to continue paying for a service I'm not using if once the show's over.
Same kind of thing.
Yeah.
Golf app. Oh, we'll give you lessons every week. I'm like, I just need one, so I cancel before it ever charges.
Then you bow out. You know what I got to sign up for again? Apple before Ted Lasso. Don't forget.
There you have it. Happy Friday. Have a great weekend. See you back here Monday.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to let you know some of the things that we are looking ahead toward coming up in just a little bit here on Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look at the White House right now. President Trump expected to speak at the Rose Garden, delivering some remarks around noon. So we will be tuned in for that and bring you those remarks when they begin. Let me also give you a live look inside this courtroom in Hillsborough County, where we have been tracking the Julio Fulio murder trial for about a week and a half now, and we are on a verdict watch. The jury is deliberating in that case, so we're going to be keeping an eye out on those developments. We'll bring you updates as we get them, and we've got a legal analyst joining us in just a little bit to talk about that case as well. But we begin with some interesting new files, photos, videos, documents that were just released by the Department of War today. Some newly declassified documents, the first batch of the UFO files that we have heard might be released. And so joining us live now to talk about this, give their reaction to it, we are joined by Matt Kellison, who is the State Director of the Florida Mutual UFO Network, and Rusty Hester, who is the Assistant State Director of that same group. And guys, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Well, thank you so much, Garrett. Pleasure to be here.
So first, I just want to get your reaction. We had heard that this day would be coming, and now we're kind of getting our first look, the first kind of batch drop, showing documents from NASA, the FBI, the Department of War, a number of different agencies. Your initial thoughts on what we've seen so far and this initial release?
Well, first of all, I think it's really exciting that these things are all coming out finally. I got to tell you, they're a little underwhelming, the first batch that has come out. It's kind of along the lines of what Arrow, that's the Pentagon's office for Arrow stands for the All Domain Anomalous Resolution Office, Anomaly Resolution Office, and so it's kind of the same thing that they've released in the past. So, like I said, it's a little underwhelming. However, Anna Paulina Luna, she is one of the members of the House Oversight Committee. On March 31st, she wrote a letter to the Pentagon to Secretary Hegseth requesting specifically 46 videos that she wanted to release to the public. She gave the Pentagon an April 14th deadline for those. These are like high resolution videos. None of them, to my knowledge, have been released this morning. So we're hoping for a second drop that includes all of those. So hopefully that will happen. But I think it's exciting to see that the ball is finally starting to move forward.
I think that it's exciting too for the general public who doesn't usually watch for this stuff. It's exciting for them, but as a field investigator for MUFON, we see videos like this all the time, and we see a lot of videos that are better than this. So with Matt saying that we're underwhelmed, unfortunately I am, but I'm also happy and excited about it. And I think there's more to come. I'll be very happy when Trump stands up there and says what we all want to hear, disclosure. Who's visiting us? What are they? Maybe they don't know everything, but I just feel like the world needs to know. And I think we're all ready for it. I'm not afraid to hear about it. So please, somebody tell us something.
Yeah, for a question for either one of you or both of you, why do you think it's so important that these documents be released, that we continue to get some of this more information coming out?
Well, I mean, I think that this is something that's been kept secret for 80 years. And, it's information that everybody on this planet has a right to know about. Back in 2023, David Grush testified before the House Oversight Committee. He's a former intelligence officer. And he talked about recovered craft and reverse engineering programs, these special access programs that the government is involved with. He talked about non-human craft and non-human biologics that were recovered. And that's, aside from the, national security issue, just the confirmation of those two things from the government is especially important. It's information that every person on this planet has the right to know.
I agree with you. I feel like everybody should know about this. And especially for Matt and I, we're both very passionate about this subject. We've had our own sightings, and that's what brought us on the path to that. So him and I honestly don't really need disclosure because we already know. But the rest of the world, they need it. So let's move on and let's hear it.
Why do you think for so many years, these documents and others that we will see in future releases, why do you think they have been kept secret for so long?
Well, go ahead, Rusty.
Okay, I feel like one of the big reasons is because the reverse engineering of these crafts in the crash retrieval program that we have. I feel like they want to keep that very quiet because of our adversaries. They don't want them to know that we have any new technology. Also, with Roswell, like one of the original crashes that went haywire over everything, I feel like they didn't want anybody to know this, and that was the beginning of big lies and deception and disinformation. I just think that's why.
Well, the other thing you understand, this reverse engineering program has no doubtedly gleaned a lot of technology, especially with anti-gravitics and that kind of technology. And so, the world economy runs on petroleum. And if overnight that need goes away, then, the world economy will be greatly affected. So it's not just national security, but, there's also that aspect of it too.
What you both said that you were kind of underwhelmed by this first batch of documents, things that don't really point to a whole lot of new information. What do you hope to learn in some of these future releases? What would you hope to see in some of these upcoming kind of document dump?
Well, I mean, I definitely would like to see some kind of confirmation that these things, exist. They're real. They're not foreign adversaries. They're not, U.S. technology. In some cases, maybe they are U.S. technology that have been reverse engineered. But I think just the confirmation that there's a non-human intelligence that's interacting with us on this planet. That's the biggest thing. The videos are kind of a subset of that, but the big picture is, we need to know the rest of the story, and this is really just the tip of the iceberg and the beginning of hopefully a full disclosure process.
What I'd like to say about that as well is I want them to take care of our whistleblowers. For them to be leaking out personal HIPAA information on David Grush and these terrible things that they say about whistleblowers and trying to take away their pensions, and they're physically deteriorating because of this. They need to take care of those people. This is not fair to them and their families.
What would it mean to both of you to get that confirmation from the government, from files at some point, that these are real, that there is life out there?
Well, I think it would make a lot of UFO research and a lot of people in the public very happy. I mean, we've been trying to do this for years, decades, in fact. So just the confirmation, just that's the starting point to move forward. I'm hopeful with the release of these videos that's our starting point, but there is much more to come.
I'm hoping what comes out of this as well, it's something minor, but all my friends and family that say that I'm crazy and that I'm obsessed with it, and people that are friends of mine, I'm just sick and tired of them thinking I'm nuts. And that'll be nice. It's small, but that would be nice to have all that go away. Even for my friends on MUFON, they have to go through it all the time too. People think we're all nuts.
Some personal vindication there for the work. Talk to us about your work with MUFON, what y'all do, what you want people to know about your organization.
Sure. So MUFON stands for the Mutual UFO Network. It was established in 1969 after the Air Force's Project Blue Book shut down, and it kind of continued with that. It's an all-civilian organization. We're a nonprofit. We're the world's oldest and largest scientific UFO research organization. For Florida, we have about 20 field investigators, including Rusty and myself. We investigate about 300 sighting reports per year, and about 7% of those are classified as unknown. So a very small percentage of those cases are found to be anomalous. Most of the times they're prosaic explanations. We live in Florida. There's rocket launches all the time. I'm sure your viewers have seen the space jellyfish, for those pre-dawn launches. They're really, really exciting. There are a lot of prosaic explanations for most of the cases that we get.
But you do get quite a few reports, it sounds like, from folks across Florida who see things.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Florida's number one, and we kind of go back and forth between California and Texas. I'm sure it has a little bit to do with our weather down here, because up north in the wintertime, a lot of people aren't outside. But being that we're surrounded by water, there's a lot of UFO reports and USO reports, unidentified submerged objects as well. So that's on our side too, by getting a lot of the reports. They have gone down in the last year or so because there's so many new UFO reporting agencies, but lately we're on the upswing again. So that's pretty good.
What does that tell you, that you are getting so many reports, that people are watching for things like this and seeing things?
Well, definitely the stigma is declining significantly. I guess December 2017, when the New York Times published their article written by Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal, it kind of blew the lid off of everything. And then we found out that the government has been involved with investigating and recovering these things for decades. So that was really the start of it all, with all the congressional hearings. It's just really ramped up. So I don't think this is the pinnacle. This is, like I said, this is just the beginning.
What's the bottom line here? What do you want people to know?
We're being visited by something, and we want to know what it is.
Well, Rusty, Hester, and Matt Kellison from the Florida MUFON, that's the Florida Mutual UFO Network. We appreciate your time today. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for helping us make sense of some of these initial documents. And I'm sure we'll chat again soon as we continue to watch more of these document releases. We appreciate your time.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning. We're continuing to follow up on developments with the Hantavirus outbreak on board that cruise ship. We've been talking about it all week as we've been following the developments of 3 deaths, another handful of cases that are suspected, and many of them have now been confirmed. And so joining us now to put this in perspective for us as some questions continue to linger about what happens now that some of those passengers have gotten off that cruise ship and headed home. What do we need to know? Should there be concern? Joining us to put all this in context for us, we have Dr. George Rust, a professor at FSU's College of Medicine and the author of the recent book, Healing in a Changing America. Dr. Rust, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us today.
Thanks so much.
So first, as someone with your expertise, I just want to, before we kind of dive into the latest here, I just want to get your thoughts on what you have been thinking about as you've been watching this story develop, really over the past week and seeing the response to it. What comes to your mind? What have you been thinking about?
One of the things I think about is the public health professionals on the front line. I had the privilege of working with our local health departments here in our area for about 5 years. I would go to their epidemiology team meetings every week and hear about the reportable diseases in our community that they were doing surveillance on every day. And the contact tracing and the epidemiologic investigations they would do. It's a ton of work. And when you have an outbreak, that just multiplies exponentially in terms of their ability to figure out what's going on and who's affected and how do we protect our communities.
So what all goes through that? Because we know we've heard we talked about a lot about contact tracing a few years ago during COVID.
Yes.
But we've heard that this is a process that's going on again with this hantavirus outbreak, trying to track down some of these people who have disembarked from the ship, and also contact tracing with those who may have been in close contact with kind of the original couple on an airplane or whatever the case may be. What is that process like? How do you do that to see who might have been affected by this?
Well, the first step is surveillance. And so we have reporting systems. Hantavirus is a nationally reportable disease, and it gets reported by state health departments or county health departments. But in this case, a cruise ship reported to WHO that they were experiencing an outbreak of a respiratory illness. So that's where it starts. And then you start doing an epidemiologic investigation. You talk to the people who are sick, if they're able to talk to you, or other people who know them, and figure out what were their exposures. In this case, an individual was doing some bird watching and may have been exposed to rodents at a landfill. That would be one way that you would find out if other people had also been on that excursion, or were they exposed more directly in the cabin or in close proximity to that individual. So was it a common exposure to the rodents, or was it one person being exposed to the rats and then human-to-human transmission afterwards? Those are very different scenarios. If there is evidence of human-to-human transmission, then you begin doing contact tracing to say who has been in close enough contact that they could be at risk, whether that's being in the same cabin on a cruise ship, whether it's being on the same airplane, traveling home. Those are the ways that you would try to identify and make up a line list of all the people with potential exposures.
I would imagine one of the things that kind of complicates not just tracing in this situation, but in many situations, is that kind of incubation period. If it can take a week and a half for symptoms to show, does that make things more difficult when you're trying to figure out who may have gotten it from whom and who may be affected and who isn't?
Absolutely. And unfortunately, hantavirus is not user-friendly in that regard. It has an incubation period ranging from 1 week all the way up to 8 weeks. Although the Andes strain that we're talking about here, it looks like, at least in one of the larger outbreaks, it looked to be about 34 days was the maximum incubation period. But yes, you have to go back a ways and then and then follow people forward to see if they develop symptoms. And that's happening now. Some individuals that were on the airplane with one of the cases who ultimately died are now being monitored for symptoms and quarantined in order to understand better if there has been additional human-to-human exposure. What you're trying to prevent is that second wave of cases beyond the initial exposed persons.
And from what we've heard, this Andes strain is more easily spread from person to person, but we're still not talking about something that is, I don't know the scientific term,
super
but not
contagious.
Not super. That's what I was going to say. I didn't know if that was the scientific way, but we're still not talking about something that is super contagious, are we?
No, we're not. And the cases, the hantavirus cases in the U.S. are a different strain, and so typically have not had human-to-human transmission. But this Andes strain has had, probably we know the most about it from an Argentina outbreak in 2018. There were individuals who attended a birthday party, and then some who attended a funeral, and one who was exposed at a doctor's appointment. So we know that it's close contact over a period of time in a closed space is required, but it's not intimate exposure. So there is a risk. And on a cruise ship, you're in closed spaces commonly with other people. And so it is a setup for more extreme exposures, perhaps. The key to figuring this case out is, were the rats on shore and then there was human-to-human transmission, or were the rats on the ship and the droppings from those rats got aerosolized and somehow spread through a ventilation system? So far, it looks like a person was exposed on land, and then the cases that followed were human-to-human exposure on the ship.
In your professional opinion, what's the best way to handle something like this on board that cruise ship? Because we have seen some questions, some pushback for to letting passengers leave this ship, but passengers on the ship saying, I need to get home. So what's the best way to handle something like this and this situation?
This is where cooperation, coordination between public health agencies becomes critical. Being part of WHO, which got the initial report of this, being connected to CDC that has national resources for testing and for consultation. They have an emergency operations center with an epidemiologist dedicated to the hantavirus outbreak that physicians can call. So coordinating with each other. We now have health departments of other nations, other states, all kind of coordinating with one another, and each of them will decide how they're going to handle making sure that they protect the individual, but also protect the community. And often that does involve quarantining of an individual for as many as 6 weeks. In this case, I think 35 days is probably more typical, and then monitoring the person for any symptom development after that is going to be what is recommended for people who were directly exposed and likely to get this hantavirus from the person that they were exposed to.
What is your message to folks out there who have been hearing about this in the news and may be concerned? What do you want people to know? What's the message that you're trying to get out there?
Well, first of all, here in Florida, here in the United States, this is not a big issue. We do not have hantavirus endemic in our area. Most of the cases in the U.S., and it's been less than 30 cases a year typically, have come west of the Mississippi, and they're a different strain that is not human-to-human transmission. So, rats carry diseases. So if you've had a cabin in the woods closed up for a year and you go in there to clean it out and you start stirring up a lot of rat droppings, that's probably some time when you ought to wear a mask. So common sense precautions would be enough in our area. I guess the other thing I would say is that we need to support active engagement with international public health, that means WHO, with our national experts at CDC, with our state experts, and especially with those frontline epidemiologists who really know what they're doing. We need to support those folks, and when they have these kinds of scenarios, understand that their workload increases exponentially, and we need to make sure that we're providing them resources to do their job.
Dr. George Rust, a professor at the FSU College of Medicine and author of the recent book, Healing in a Changing America, Doctoring in a Nation of Needless Suffering. We appreciate you sharing your expertise with us. Always good talking with you, and thanks for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks so much.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now. And Jess, we are bracing for a hot weekend, but
yes,
still nothing like we saw yesterday.
Yeah, no record-breaking heat, thank goodness. Not today. And hopefully, I mean, this weekend it'll come pretty close. So if you're heading out, I know you and I both are going to be out at Rockville this weekend. It'll be hot. I will say I'm having my fingers crossed that the sea breeze comes in clutch and cools things off. It might rain for a little bit. But I will say it'll help temperatures quite a bit, so that would be very nice. But today it's going to be one of those days where we're expecting highs to warm into the upper 80s to near 90 degrees. In fact, in Orlando specifically, it'll still be hot, 92. It's just also going to be muggier today. That's going to be the biggest difference you feel, is the fact that we won't have as much sunshine. I mean, yesterday my lips were even getting chapped with how dry it was, the low humidity that we had yesterday, just low moisture as a whole. We were hard pressed to even have clouds, but today we'll see a high of 92 degrees, and we're going to be expecting temperatures to warm their way to around the mid to upper 80s at the coast, so 85 Daytona Beach and New Smyrna, 88 in Cocoa Beach, and 89 in Melbourne. Meanwhile, Sanford, you'll see a high today of 90, and then 92 from the Villages to Leesburg. So really, most spots are going to be a pretty far cry from our record highs for the day, but it's still going to be it's not going to be very comfortable outside regardless. You're still going to break a sweat. And we do have some shower and storm chances we want to talk about too. We've been off to a pretty dry start to our day. A couple of showers to our north, but as we look ahead towards the rest of today, I would say starting at around 2 to 3 o'clock, we'll begin to see a couple of these blips popping up on the radar, a couple of these downpours. And then fast forward towards 5, 6, 7 o'clock. I know it doesn't look ideal in terms of the Daytona area. Also, if you're heading out to Rolling Loud, we do have a slim chance of a couple of showers, maybe a thunderstorm or two as well. But by 6, 7 p.m., it does look likely that we'll have some showers in and around the area, maybe a couple of thunderstorms as well, and they'll continue to blossom as the sun sets. Eventually, they'll kind of rain and wash themselves out by sunset. But the biggest takeaway from this is the fact that these are all going to exist mostly north and west of the heart of the Orlando metro. And this also coincides with where we have the chances of seeing a couple of these stronger storms. So the Storm Prediction Center, they've outlined us under a level 1 out of 5 risk for seeing a couple of strong to severe storms. It is the lowest on the scale. The main impacts, which we'll go over here in a moment, but will be gusty winds, pockets of hail, and also obviously heavy rain and lightning. Lightning might not sound like a big deal, but with these outdoor concerts and festivals, you know, lightning safety is a big part of them, so we got to make sure we're being extra careful there. But the areas you see shaded in green, which extend from Orlando all the way to the coast in northern Brevard County, and then points north all the way to Flagler County, Marion County, and northern Lake, Volusia, Seminole. That's where you have the best chances today of seeing any of these stronger storms. And again, it's a pretty low risk, but still, since it is a risk with so many outdoor events happening, it's worth taking note of. I'm going to bring my poncho this weekend for what it's worth. But damaging winds, again, being the main threat, hail, and then a very, very low tornado risk. I would be shocked if we had any sort of rotating storms. Anything that tries to get going would be very brief. But really the main impacts would be, you know, damaging winds and hail. But when it comes to the 7-day forecast, also don't forget Sunday's Mother's Day. It's still going to be quite hot. It's going to be a toasty stretch as we head into this weekend. Again, mid-90s for highs. That's going to be one of the bigger takeaways here as we head throughout this weekend and the next 7 days. But again, even for Rockville, 91 for tomorrow. Going to be a little toasty, 89 for Sunday. And again, that 7-day forecast Mother's Day does show a high of 94 in Orlando. So it will be a little cooler at the coast. So not quite as sweltering. We're looking mostly dry next week, which is kind of the insult to injury, I feel like. When it comes to Rockville, I'm like, oh man, if only we had like pushed it back a week or so. But that's all right. This is nothing new to anyone who's been to Rockville, has heard of the festival, or even Rolling Loud. I know it's kind of the inaugural year for that. Just stay hydrated. There's lots of fun drinks you can have, but maybe throw in some water too.
Yeah, water's going to be important this weekend, especially when you're talking 90s.
Totally. So wear the sunscreen too. It will be sunny quite a bit out there. So just be careful.
All right. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Jessica Dobson, thanks for joining us. Give you a live look right now at Camping World Stadium, where you can see a lot of activity going on. They look ready for Rolling Loud going on all weekend. That's the hip hop music festival here in Orlando. And then don't forget, like Jess said, welcome to Rockville in Daytona Beach. That is going on. Today is day 2 of that. That goes through Sunday at Daytona International Speedway. Right now, we are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but don't go anywhere. We will be right back in just a couple of minutes.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at downtown Orlando. Traffic moving along pretty well on I-4 right now. Some clouds in the sky as well as we get ready for a busy and hot weekend here in Central Florida. Welcome back in. I'm Garrett Wymer, and we talked a little bit about the music festivals going on, but there was so much to check in and check out this week. It's Mother's Day weekend as well, so you don't want to forget that. And so joining us to tell us everything that we should keep an eye out for this weekend, all the events, we've got our Community Crossroads here. We are pleased to be joined by Sarah Barkley, who is the social coordinator at UNation. Sarah, happy Friday. The weekend is almost here.
Happy Friday. I am so excited for this weekend. We have a great lineup for everyone. There's so much going on, from, again, those festivals to great things that you can do with your mom. So we have everything that you need to know.
All right. So let's get started by talking about Collective Corners Mother's Day Market. What do we need to know about that?
This is a great market. So if you have yet to get your mom a gift, your mom obviously deserves a gift for everything that she's been doing in your life. This is a great market that's going to have a ton of local vendors at Farm 9, which is also connected to Prairie House Coffee Co. This is in Oakland, right near Winter Garden. It's happening tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. So it's going to be a little bit warm and toasty outside, but you can go inside and grab a nice iced coffee, shop around for mom and get her a gift. They're going to be having flower bouquets that you can build yourself also. So if you want to get your mom some flowers and you would rather skip the grocery store and do something a little bit more thoughtful, this is the perfect market to do both, get the gift and the flowers for her.
Yeah, one-stop shop, plenty of options, lots of things that mom is just going to love.
Absolutely.
Now, also talk with us, Whiskey Riot going on this weekend too.
So if you love whiskey, this is going to be the event for you. You can cool off because this event is indoors at the Central Florida Fairgrounds, happening tomorrow from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. You have to get those tickets online ahead of time, so just be aware, get them today if you can. You're going to be sipping through 150 different whiskeys. Obviously, you're not going to try all of them, but if you're looking to try whiskeys or you're just a whiskey lover, this is the event for you. I want to give some advice. Just make sure that you guys find a DD or a way to get home safely, because you will be drinking the entire event. It's a great way to network with other business owners that are going to be there, and just, of course, make friends with other whiskey lovers. Men, if you want to just get away for the weekend and have a little event with your guy friends, if you love whiskey, you have to come to this one. Just get your tickets ahead of time.
Yeah, you're talking 150 plus whiskeys from all around the world. I mean, that is the place to be.
Yeah, that's a lot of whiskey.
It is also a big weekend in Daytona. Welcome to Rockville going on. Sarah, what should people expect? What tips do you have? I'll say I'm going for the first time tomorrow. So what advice do you have for people like me who haven't been before?
Well, first of all, I heard that it is going to be a little bit stormy tomorrow, so go ahead and bring those ponchos and just be aware that it's going to be super hot. Wear those closed-toed shoes as you will be walking. The venue is spread out all in the Daytona International Speedway. You're going to be outside. It is going to be hot. Bring those water backpacks if you have them. If you've been to other festivals, that is a very, very popular thing to do, is just fill those camelbacks, wear those, wear something comfortable to dance in, to move around. Bring your cameras, bring your phone, but if you bring your phone, put a strap on it just in case, because you just never know what could happen to your phone while you're there. And get ready. It's going to be an awesome weekend. If you want to camp out, there are still camping passes available, but you should be going today, or you should have already been there if you're going to camp out. But there's going to be a really, really great lineup. Tomorrow, they're going to be having headliners like Bring Me the Horizon, Breaking Benjamin, Lamb of God, Motionless in White, Simple Plan, Highly Suspect, a lot of huge people. And then Sunday, it seems even better with My Chemical Romance, A Day to Remember, Rise Against, Yellow Card, All Time Low, and a bunch more great artists. So if you love rock, this is going to be the place to go. If you don't like moshing's very popular at these rock festivals. Don't get near the front. Don't get near that crowd of people, because people will be moshing and dancing.
Yeah, I will not be moshing. I will not be at the front, but I will be enjoying myself out there.
You know what? You can look from a distance. You don't have to be in it.
Yes, that's what I enjoy. Being able to watch other people mosh, crowd surf, that kind of thing. They can do it, and I'll watch them. Yep, that's the way to do it. I agree. Okay, also, folks can check out the International Food Fest World of Flavors this weekend. What's that?
So if you want a more slow-paced weekend and you're a huge foodie and you're looking to try all different foods from around the world, maybe you haven't had the opportunity yet to try foods from other countries, this is a great event. Again, you need to get those tickets ahead of time online. They have two types of tickets. They have general admission, which has the diverse lineup of the international vendors where you can discover new favorites. And then there's also the VIP experience where you can have a VIP section. They're going to have an elevated tasting menu, premium cocktails included. This is going to be a great atmosphere. This is in Apopka tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. So you still have time to get those tickets. It's indoors at the Claricona Community Center. So again, you can skip the weather, the bad weather, the heat and everything, eat inside, come hungry and be prepared to try different foods that you normally wouldn't.
It's nice that you've given us some indoor events as well on this weekend, because we know it is going to be so hot. So that's nice. We got something, like we say, there's always something for everyone going on. That's especially true, I feel like, this weekend. You got a really wide range of things going on inside, outside that folks can check out. But it is Mother's Day weekend, and so for our local spotlight, you've got some other good things to focus on here and highlight for us that could be great for a Mother's Day weekend.
Yes. So again, if you have not planned to do anything with your mom, or you think that all the places are going to be filled up, we have some great, unique local businesses that you can support, like the Mother's Day High Tea at Infusion Tea. This is one of our favorite tea shops. This is in College Park. You're again going to have to get those tickets ahead of time online just because these Mother's Day events are so popular. You can go Sunday. It's at 9 to 4 p.m. You can treat your mom to high tea. They're going to have a pitcher of mimosas, iced herbal tea. They're going to have hot tea as well. They'll have finger sandwiches, petite fours, French macarons, infusion tea, dream cake, fresh baked scones, clotted cream, strawberry jam, and of course, all the just different tea items that you would expect at this high tea. We went there and did this high tea for ourselves, and we ate every single treat. We tried every single tea. We absolutely love this, and this is a personal recommendation. This is where I would want to bring my mother.
And then there's also brunch at Mia's Italian Kitchen on iDrive.
Yes, this one's super fun. This happens every single weekend. So if you're not able to make it with mom this weekend, or you think it's going to be too packed and you don't want to go where the crowds are because this is on International Drive, keep this in mind for the upcoming weekends. They do bottomless brunch every Saturday and Sunday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Everyone at your table does have to do the bottomless brunch if you're going to do it, but it's a great deal for $34.25. It's bottomless, and that's cheaper than a lot of meals on International Drive. They have great Italian food that you can try. They have breakfast and lunch. And if you're looking to drink with your friends or your mom, they're going to have bottomless mimosas, sparklers, and Bloody Marys for an additional cost. But for that base cost, it's $34.25. If you want to add those drinks, it's $24 more. Again, everyone has to participate. So just make sure that everyone that's going is willing to participate. This is a great brunch. Lauren on our team absolutely loved this brunch.
And finally, a Mother's Day special at Perla's Pizza.
Yeah, so if you have yet to see Perla's Pizza, it's more than just a pizza shop. This is a vinyl pizza restaurant where they always have people spinning records. This is in Winter Park. It's a newer place. They're known for their very, very unique pizzas. You're not going to just get a plain cheese pizza when you're going here. They have pizzas like the Benny Blanco, the full send, chicken parm, spaghetti and meatballs on the pizza. They're having a special though for their red and rosé sangrias. $45 for 1 liter. So bring your friends, split this, sit down, grab a drink, and just listen to the curated vinyl records that they're going to be having with live DJ sets on Mother's Day. Get there early if you can before the event starts. That way you are guaranteed a table. Call for a reservation. This is also open late at night. They're known for their events, so make sure to check out their Instagram too for more upcoming ones if you're not able to make it out this Mother's Day.
And finally, a make your own makeup event going on too. What should people know?
So this is actually not an event. This happens every single time at the Rouge Beauty Lab. We went on Tuesday and we made our own lipstick, lip gloss, and perfume from scratch. They take you to this experience where you book your reservation time and you have the entire place to yourself. You have a lab chemist walk you through and help you make this makeup from scratch. I made my very own lipstick shade, which is absolutely so much fun. And they have this brand new perfume experience where you can go and you start with the base perfume and add different scents to it. You sit down and you sniff every single scent until you find the perfect one for you. This is a great thing to do with mom. But if mom doesn't wear lipstick or maybe doesn't like perfume, they also have concealer that you can make too. This is really fun. Their ingredients are vegan. They are natural. So if you have sensitive skin, this is great for people with sensitive skin as well.
All right, so many good options for this weekend. Sarah Barkley, social coordinator at UNation. Thanks for joining us for our Community Crossroads today.
Thank you for having us.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning. We've got some theme park news this week. A lot of things happening at Universal, some other things that you might want to know and keep in mind as we head into the weekend as well. And so joining us to break down all of this for us, we've got Tharin White, who's the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, everything you need to know. Tharin, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Happy to join. As always this week, I mean, I feel like we're getting nonstop stuff. It never ends.
Yeah, it's been like that the past few months, I feel like, or especially this month. There's just been so much news coming out. The news this week from Universal about Lost Continent closing down. What do we know about that situation? What's going to be done, and kind of the timeline for things?
Yeah, so we've kind of known for a couple of years now that Lost Continent was either getting majorly changed or knocked down. They were closing attraction after attraction. Show after show was just slowly getting pushed out, with Poseidon's Fury being the last one. And now Universal has officially said it. In 2027, we're going to see major demolition and major changes. There's rumors for what that land could be, and that we don't know. But we do know that in 2027, the Mythos, the greatest theme park restaurant in the world, is going to be closing down. We also know that there's going to be additional demolition this year inside of Lost Continent. They haven't said specifically what, but throughout 2026, we're going to see a bit of that demo happening, and it's going to continue on and on through 2027. Originally, people were wondering if the Mythos restaurant, which is a fan favorite, if that was going to survive whatever was coming next. And as soon as Universal said that's gone, it was pretty much confirmation that nothing in this land is going to survive. Because if the one thing was going to make it, it was that restaurant. And with them saying that, I think everything is getting turned to dust within the next year and a half.
What made Mythos a fan favorite?
The restaurant is incredible. I mean, you can see it on screen here. It looks like the weirdest, coolest restaurant you've ever seen in your life. I mean, there is water flowing through on the inside. It's carved of the Greek gods. Literally, it is a restaurant designed to eat like the Greek gods with waterfalls crashing all around you. Their food was fantastic. They had a lamb burger. They served hummus. You could get some really great Greek food and views out into islands of adventure. So when it came to unique dining, I mean, we have a ton of amazing theme park restaurants here in Orlando. But there's nothing like walking up to a fully made rock statue with all of these Greek gods inside of it, going inside and having incredible views and flowing water. That is one of the things about the Lost Continent that I will miss, probably even more than the actual attractions that were there, is when they built that land originally, it was extremely bold. I mean, walking through that land, it really is a testament to the craftsmen that were working on that land when it was built. All of the rock work, all of the statues, all of the waterways. I mean, it is stunningly gorgeous throughout that section.
Yeah, so does it surprise you at all? I mean, I know this is a move that was expected given kind of the trend, how things closing down, them getting rid of pulling the shows out and that kind of thing. But given the uniqueness of it, how elaborate some of it is, you talk about fans loving that restaurant. Does it surprise you at all that they are taking this step to get rid of all of it?
A little bit, only because I thought a version of Mythos would survive. I thought maybe it's like you change the outside and save the inside. I'm not 100% surprised because really this land, in a sad way, has been slowly dying over the course of like 5 years. It's just something will close down and then this won't be offered and that entertainment's not there. So just every single year, a little bit more of that land closed. I'm actually surprised that it kind of didn't happen faster. We all kind of thought in 2023 and 2024 that they were just about to just cut it, destroy it, and do all that. But perhaps their attention was so focused on Epic Universe at that time, they said, look, let's not divide this. Let's work solely on this park. And now that Epic Universe is open, and it's been open for about a year now, they said, all right, now we can go into this park and we can really give it our all. So a little surprised that it took this long, but at the same time, I'm not overly surprised. If the rumors are correct, and there's been a lot of talk that Nintendo in some way wants to move into this park, it could be Pokemon, it could be Zelda, or it could be something entirely different we don't really know. But if that's going in there, they're probably going to want a clean slate. I mean, Nintendo is such a big property that if it is then moving into that area, they want every inch of land to do whatever they want to match their properties exactly.
And we have seen success and how much fans love the Super Nintendo world at Epic Universe and how immersive that is. So you can certainly understand that. Do we know what the timetable is for closing these things down? And is there any sort of idea about construction, or is it still way too early to know that?
I think it's too early to know any exact details. They did say that throughout 2026, this year, that we are going to see some demolition. They didn't say exactly what, but it's not going to be Mythos. The Mythos restaurant is going to be closing in 2027. So at least that section is going to stay open. They've also talked about the Thunder Falls Terrace that's over in the Jurassic Park area of Universal Islands of Adventure, that is going to be transformed into something new in 2027. So I think because we're losing like this fine dining with Mythos and they're getting rid of that, they're going to be changing one of the quick service locations at Jurassic Park into something that can kind of be like Mythos's like replacement at that point. Over at Universal Studios Beijing, they have a place like that. It's called Hammond's. It's based off of Jurassic Park. So I'm pretty confident that that might be what they're going for, or at least something similar, but we don't have exact timelines. I will say, if you want to get any last photos in that land, now is the time, because it could really be any day that a major structure is taken down. Some aerial photos that were taken backstage show that they're already moving in a ton of equipment and getting stuff ready. And usually, when Universal decides to go for something, they really, really go for it. So it could be the difference of a week, an entire megastructure could be knocked down in that area.
And that's a good point, because we have seen them move pretty fast before. So, all right, now shifting gears here a little bit, a neat addition at MCO of all places. Tharin, talk with us about this.
Yeah, over in Terminal C, that is the newest area of the Orlando International Airport, they've opened up a section called the Flybrary. It is a library specifically inside of the airport. So if you're in Terminal C and you've got kids, if you want them to be able to go and enjoy some time, a lot of the flights that go out of Terminal C are international flights. And so some people get there really, really early and there could be delays and all that. So they really just wanted to add a new spot that kids could go and relax. And one of the things you're going to notice there, pretty obviously, is one of the Lake Eola swans sitting there. That is one of the original swan boats that actually was on Lake Eola, and the team found it by accident on Facebook Marketplace. Someone was selling it, they found it, they restored it, and now it's a spot for kids and adults to hang out. They've got books there, and then you can also, there's some interactive games that are based around the airport as well. It's just a really cute addition and something that kind of can help your experience if you're at the airport for an extended period.
And I kind of wish I found that on Facebook Marketplace. Why can't I find anything that cool?
That is such a cool piece of history that they were able to grab and restore. And it's just, it's not a major addition, but if you're a family member that's sitting at the airport for 3 hours and there's a library right next to you, it is a major addition.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It can make a huge difference, that's for sure. Also, Electric Ocean returning to SeaWorld Orlando. And Tharin, I know you're excited about this one.
I am. I got to see. I hope this changes correctly. There we go. We had to get the energy. Electric Ocean is coming back to SeaWorld Orlando. It is my all-time favorite summer event that we have here, and I love it. It's at SeaWorld Orlando. It's included with theme park admission, and they have an incredible nighttime show. They've got drones, they've got fireworks, they've got fountains, and not only that, they're bringing back some stuff that they had years ago. That's going to be Shamu's Celebration, Light Up the Night, Sea Lions Tonight, and Dolphins Touch the Sky. So it's not just going to be the drones and the fireworks and the nighttime music and all the energy, but it's going to have the animals, it's going to have Hydro Surge, and it really just turns the park itself into a nightclub. When it comes to summer events, I know when we talk about the theme parks a lot, when I'm able to chat with you, I go, well, I like this ride, well, I like that, and I don't feel like I have a definitive answer. When it comes to summertime events, Electric Ocean at SeaWorld Orlando is my all-time favorite of all of the theme park events. I love it. It's great because in the summer, I feel like the parks kind of tone themselves down a lot, and they don't really want to be able to go and have like a huge event because it kind of brings in extra crowds when they're already trying to tone it down. Electric Ocean is the opposite. They said, nope, we're going to open the park for later. You can go on some of these rides. You can do it in the dark. We're going to have fireworks. And especially this show, as you can see right there, Ignite, it's incredible. It is the best nighttime show that SeaWorld Orlando has ever pulled off. You've got live performers, you've got dancers, you've got characters in the area. They're having drones go off. They have flamethrowers. They have lasers. They have fireworks. It's kind of nuts. Like, it looked like last year when SeaWorld kind of did this update with the drones, they were trying to prove something, and they seriously proved whatever they were going for, because it is a must-see show, in my opinion.
It looks impressive. It looks electric. I mean, the energy is something else.
Yeah, they've got this song that they like to play. It's called Feeling Electric. You'll hear it around the park. If you like the song, great. You're going to hear it about 20 times while you're at the park. If you don't like it, well, get used to it. I will say it gets you very, very hyped because that's some of the music they're going to be playing right as the show starts. And what's cool is the show that you're seeing here, there's obviously a stage set up in front of it. But before that actually happens, it's kind of like a dance party for kids. So they've got entertainment there and the kids can go and hang out with some of the characters. And they've got a family-friendly DJ that's playing music for hours leading up to it. And right behind that, they've got some food and drink. So if the family wants to sit down inside the stadium, let the kids dance out all their energy, and then they've already got their seat to watch this fireworks spectacular, they can do that. It's a really great way, especially with how hot, obviously, it gets here in Florida in the summer, to have some of these offerings that kind of pushes the park hours back and stays open later, so you don't have to be there at 1 p.m. in the middle of the sun to be able to go and enjoy like their biggest event.
And the animal experiences are returning too.
Yes, that is correct. Yep, that's the Shamu Celebration, the Sea Lions, and then the Dolphins Touch the Sky. That is also going to be happening. So if you're someone that maybe doesn't love fireworks and drones, that's fine. There are 3 separate animal experiences. Each are going to have a show specifically made for the Electric Ocean experience. These are returning events that happened years ago, and fans were really, really loved those. And so to have them come back, it's great. It's exciting. It brings even more animal experiences, which obviously SeaWorld Orlando already has a ton of.
All right, and finally here, Tharin, you know we love talking about donuts, and Everglazed has a special donut for Mother's Day weekend.
That they do. For 3 days only, May 8th, 9th, and 10th, you can get the Mother's Day donut. It has lavender icing, vanilla buttercream, candy pearls, pink icing, and then an edible disc on top, the part that says Mother's Day. So if you're looking to get mom a little treat, there's so many different ways. I know we've talked in the weeks coming up to this how many different Mother's Day offerings there are at the theme parks and the hotels, and here's yet another option if you want to go around Disney Springs and get a really tasty donut. And look, I don't live in the same state as my mom, so she's up in Delaware. But at the same time, I might get a really good donut, and that looks really good to me. So I'll just send her a picture and say, I was thinking of you while I was eating this delicious donut.
That is so thoughtful. That is so thoughtful, Tharin. I'm sure she will appreciate that.
Probably. We'll see.
Tharin White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info. Always good talking with you. Enjoy that Mother's Day donut, and thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Will do. You all have a great weekend.
All right, Tharin, you too. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look at the White House right now. We are anticipating hearing from President Trump any minute now. He is expected to speak around noon at the Rose Garden, so we will bring you those remarks as soon as they begin. Meanwhile, a couple of other notes from the president here. He's been active on social media today. I do want to give you an update. If you haven't heard, this broke earlier this morning. The Virginia Supreme Court striking down the redistricting effort that was approved by voters there that turned a number of districts from red to blue, essentially. So President Trump posting on Truth Social just a little bit ago, huge win for the Republican Party and America in Virginia. The Virginia Supreme Court has just struck down the Democrats' horrible gerrymander, Make America Great Again, signed President Donald J. Trump. That was one post on social media there. He also reacted to the release of the documents, the UFO documents that we talked about just a little bit ago. In fact, if you missed our interview with the leadership of the Florida Mutual UFO Network that we had at the top of the 11 o'clock hour, you can watch that right now on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. Interesting conversation with them about these documents, what they take away from them, what they hope to learn from future documents. Again, this was the first release, and President Trump putting this out on Truth Social just a little bit ago, saying, as for my promise to you, the Department of War has released the first tranche of the UFO UAP files to the public for their review and study. In an effort for complete and maximum transparency, it was my honor to direct my administration to identify and provide government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, and unidentified flying object. Saying, have fun and enjoy. and letting the people decide for themselves what's going on. So that also signed President Donald J. Trump. We expect him to speak here shortly. I'm not sure what the topic is or when this event might begin, but again, he's expected to speak in the Rose Garden. This comes amid some additional strikes on sites in Iran, even as he maintains that the ceasefire between the two countries holds. So we will hear what he says, even if this has remarks have nothing to do with that. I'm sure he will mention what is going on in Iran. We'll be keeping an eye out for that. And again, we will bring you the president's remark as soon as it begins. I also want to give you a quick update here, give you a live look inside that courtroom in Hillsborough County, still on verdict watch in the trial of 4 defendants charged in the murder of Jacksonville rapper Julio Fulio. Those 4 defendants, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, Sean Gathright, and Isaiah Chance, accused of ambushing that rapper outside a Tampa hotel back in 2024. A 5th defendant still awaiting sentencing. She was tried separately. She was convicted of manslaughter. We're talking about Alicia Andrews, who went on trial last fall, but again, still has not yet been sentenced. So we are keeping a close eye on this. Hope to have more on this for you coming up in just a little bit as well. So that's kind of where things stand right now on this Friday afternoon as we await remarks from the president. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. There was also an event in Orlando earlier today, a military month discussion in Eatonville, news conference, I should say, where they talked about housing for veterans and some issues that are unique to the veteran community. I heard from a number of folks at that news conference. One person we heard from was State Representative Anna Eskamani, who spoke at that event just a few minutes ago.
Only divine intervention can describe what brought us together. And it's a true reflection of how many small conversations can lead to big impact. Those that know me, my name is Representative Dr. Anna Eskamani, and I'm so proud to serve District 42 in the Florida State Legislature, which does include the historic town of Eatonville, the town that freedom built. And this town and its history is a true reflection of service, of resilience, of grit, and of grace. And that defines Miss Patricia Golden, Sergeant Golden. And there's a few more people I just want to acknowledge today. John did a beautiful job in acknowledging the amazing work of our main contractor, Jeff Shellman, in this project. And I just want to give another round of applause to Jeff. Whenever we're in photos together, it's hilarious because I'm very short and he's very tall. So the idea of him under a sink trying to fix plumbing is a great visual for me to have that I will carry with me forever. But also, I was looking back to my email chain and text messages when I first got connected to Miss Golden. It was actually in September of 2024. I want you to understand what Miss Golden has been going through now for almost 2 years of not having a place to call home. Someone who served our country, not having a place to call home. And I learned about Miss Golden actually through the Orange County Tax Collector's Office because they were worried about Miss Golden not having a home. And they contacted our legislative office. And the first person that I called actually was Mr. Mike Adams, who is here, who chairs the Orlando Mayor's Veterans Advisory Board. A veteran himself. And despite not even representing Eatonville, this is the Orlando Mayor's Veterans Advisory Board that I served with Mike and other folks who are here today, we all stepped into action. And I think that's what's so remarkable about this moment is that we went through every single door, sometimes kicking them down, but everyone welcomed us. There was not one person that said, I don't care, or I can't do that. Even if that person wasn't the right person, they said, you know what, let me find someone who can. And it's that type of collaboration that truly defines Central Florida. And so from Mike and Scott Randolph, our task catcher, and me, we were the first kind of power squad in this situation. But we needed some more fuel. And it was these small conversations in my Tallahassee office, meeting with my good friends at GOBA, the Greater Atlanta Builder Association. And we were talking shop, we're talking policy. But I just mentioned in passing to both John Madison and John Riddle, who's also here with us today, one of our former GOBA presidents. Thank you, John Riddle, for everything you do. Just in conversation in passing, I said, I have a veteran in Eatonville and we need some support. Her house, she cannot live there anymore. She is living with a loved one in St. Cloud. It's something that I really need help with. And again, just the instantaneous, we know how we can help. And here we are standing, welcoming Miss Golden home. And so I want to give my utmost gratitude to Chastity at GOBA. Just so much gratitude. And candidly, what also just warms my heart so much are all the friends that we have built in this past year. These are going to be lifelong relationships that are going to carry us forward to do more remarkable things for our veterans, but for everyone in Central Florida. Because partnerships is what's going to solve the affordability crisis. It's what's going to solve the challenges our veterans face, from mental health resources to career opportunities to homes. And so I really just want to express my deep, deep gratitude to every person that touched these walls, but knowing that it's more than just 4 flats connected together. This is about multi-generational, transformational change. Because this will be a house that Miss Golden can pass down to the next generation of her family, and her family then, and her family then, to make sure that Eatonville can be a home for multiple generations, that the history of Eatonville will continue to be told as we approach what will be a renaissance of Eatonville. And I think it starts with houses like this. It starts with moments like today. And I do want to acknowledge too the town council, the town mayor, Madam Mayor, alongside all the staff at the town, because doing a project like this and also trying to do it fast requires that collaboration with permitting and inspections and so forth. So much love and gratitude to the town. You've probably never had a project this before move this fast, and so we're so grateful for that collaboration. And I also want to acknowledge Chief Stanley Murray here, who's been such an amazing leader here in Eatonville. And of course, Sheriff Mina with us as well. Thank you to all the elected officials that have joined us. And with that, I again want to emphasize the importance of supporting organizations like Building Home for Heroes. We were able to work across the aisle in the previous legislative session to allocate an appropriation to this organization. And so please make sure, whether you live here in Eatonville or around the community, that you encourage your lawmakers to support projects like this. This moment was only possible because of bipartisan collaboration and funding organizations like Building Homes for Heroes that allows for these projects to happen in such impactful ways. And so please, whether it's with your time or your treasure or your advocacy, support organizations like this, because none of this is possible without resources. And so with that, God bless all of you. God bless you, Miss Golden, and welcome home.
Anna Escamani speaking at that ceremony earlier today. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We told you we're waiting on President Trump speaking. Also wanted to let you know, just into our newsroom in the last little bit, an advisory from Governor DeSantis' office. We expect to hear from him later this afternoon at the Bay of Pigs Museum in Miami, in Little Havana. Governor going to be speaking, holding a news conference there. This is a live look. It looked like as soon as we took it, the camera kind of froze there. But the governor will be speaking later in Miami, and we will live stream that for you on our Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page, so you can stay tuned for that. That's scheduled for around 3:45, so probably a little bit closer to 4. Meanwhile, Senator Rick Scott this week took part in a interesting panel discussion with House Majority Whip Tom Emmer and the VP of U.S. Policy from Coinbase, where they talked about the future of cryptocurrency. Not only that, they also talked about regulations and legislation when it comes to cryptocurrency. Here is the Rick Scott participating in that panel discussion. Interesting conversation this week.
All right, well, good afternoon. Get excited because we have two of the smartest people in Congress sitting up on this stage. They probably don't need much introduction here, but I'm going to do it anyway. My name's Kara Calver. I'm with Coinbase and have the pleasure of introducing one of the real OGs when it comes to crypto policy, and that is Majority Whip Tom Emmer from Minnesota. And he has been doing this for a very long time, for as long as I've been working on these, for over a decade, and trying to write good crypto policy. So really, really glad to be up here with you. And then Senator Rick Scott, who has also been really at the forefront now on crypto policy and really thinking about the intersection of national security and kind of the global policy implications. So really thrilled to have both of them here. So we're going to start with a little bit of this global issue and CBDCs, because I know it's something that both of you really care deeply about. And so there is the Foreign Surveillance Act, FISA, that is happening, and that's been now the vehicle for anti-CBDC legislation. I would love for you all to tell a little bit about what that is and why it's so important to have a prohibition on a CBDC, or central bank digital currency. Why don't we
want to start with what you what you all passed?
Sure. We passed the prohibition on central bank digital currency. Why is it so important? It's a surveillance tool. Literally, the bill that's passed the House as a freestanding bill, it came out of the House Financial Services Committee, passed the House as a freestanding bill. It's been put on other bills as well that have gone over to the Senate previously last year. It's now been put on the Foreign Surveillance Act reauthorization. What it is, it says, unless and until you can develop a central bank digital currency that emulates cash, which means open, transparent, and private, with a capital P. They can't do that right now. They should never be able to create a central bank digital currency because, as we've seen with the digital yuan, the Chinese are using it to build social scores. They are tracking their citizens and their purchases, their lifestyle. That is anti-American as it gets and should never happen. It is a must-pass piece of legislation that has come out of the House, again, more than once. And I know my colleague Rick Scott is one of the leaders in the Senate that's trying to make sure that this gets done in one form or another. Right now, it's on the FISA Reauthorization Act, which I think you've got until June 12th or something like that to get that done.
Yep. Well, first off, I don't think any of us should trust your government. I mean, in my case, after January 6th, I was surveilled. During the Biden administration, they stole my tax returns and released them to ProPublica, never went after ProPublica. And nobody in government has ever been held accountable for it. Booz Allen did it. And then I built the largest hospital company, and because I fought against Obamacare, or Hillary Care before Obamacare, the Clinton administration came after my company. So do not trust government. So if you don't trust government, there's no way you should allow the federal government to have a digital currency to do exactly what Congressman Emmer said. And what they're going to do is they'll use it to hurt you. They'll use it. They could eventually, if they want to, they just say, we took all your money." And by the way, don't if you have any concern that they won't do that, I mean, they will do it. They target people. That's what governments do. So the House sent it over to us as part of the FISA bill. The FISA is a must-pass bill. FISA is to say we want to be able to surveil foreigners, but we're not surveilling Americans. So it's the right bill to attach. We will make a decision on it. Hopefully we'll vote on it and pass it. It's not going to be easy because there are people that just want to do a clean reauthorization. They're not worried about ever you're going to be surveilled. And there's others of us that say we're going to have changes. So hopefully this will be enough of a change to allow the FISA reauthorization to get done.
Can I add to that, Garrett? Because something important I'm thinking about as Rick's talking about it. This is not a Republican or Democrat thing. I mean, when you talk to the majority of Republicans and Democrats in the House, when you talk, I would imagine, I'll leave that to you, Rick, because I don't talk to the majority of Republican and Democrats in the Senate. But I know in the House, when it comes to your government surveilling you, it doesn't matter what your party persuasion is. The vast majority of our members do not want this and never want that. And I would assume it's the same in the Senate.
So exactly the same. So Dick Durbin's the leader on making sure there's FISA reforms to make sure we can't be surveilled. And I talked to him the other day, and he said there's probably 40 Democrats who will not vote for a clean FISA reauthorization. So hopefully getting the CBDC in there will be enough that we can get the votes, because it's important enough legislation to get that done.
Yeah. And again, it's not a Republican-Democrat thing. This is an American thing.
Yeah. This is about us. It's about all of us not being surveilled by our government.
Right. It's also a critical piece of, I think, making sure that we can move on to passing the Clarity Act and the market structure bill. And that, I think many of you know, the House has already passed it last year with an overwhelming majority and really sent it over to the Senate to be worked on. But I think the key and underlying thread here is it's about competition. And it's about how, when you pass the Genius Act, it's about competition, national leadership. And so maybe give a little bit of an update on how you think that clarity, both the act, but anti-CBDC, clarity, Genius, how those come together and really put us back in the forefront.
You want to start, Tom?
No, you go right ahead.
So in my business life, my biggest problem always was government, right? And so, and the reason government's a problem is because there's uncertainty. The reason America can do well is because we have rule of law. But when we don't have certainty, it makes it very difficult in business to actually do anything. So starting with the Genius Act, we created certainty for stablecoins. Now, I personally believe that we ought to open up, allow as long as everybody's in the same room, we allow competition, and we'll get innovation, and people will bring all the technology back into the United States. But next, what we have to do is we have to make sure the rest of the certainty is there. We got to make sure everybody, like Coinbase and all the exchanges, everybody else has some certainty in how they operate and who's going to regulate them. You're not going to just, the SEC might take a different position than some other federal agency, which is shocking that it's all one federal government. But we've got to create certainty in that regard. And if we do, there's going to be an unbelievable opportunity for blockchain, and it's going to drive down the cost of transaction. The biggest, my view, I don't know what the value of coins ought to be, but I can tell you that blockchain, if you can drive down the cost of doing business, it's an unbelievable game changer for this country.
Look, clarity is necessary. Genius is amazing. The fact that, and we've talked about CBDC, so first let's talk about the fact that Genius is the stablecoin legislation, dollar-backed stablecoins, which are now being used around the world. This is about maintaining the dollar's reserve status, and it's doing exactly what we intended it to do. That cab driver down in Brazil that wants to do business in dollars now can do business in dollars with a dollar-backed stablecoin. And
less expensively.
Yep, much less. But clarity is the other side of that coin. I think our chairman has said it best. French Hill from Arkansas usually says if you Genius is like the cell towers, and clarity is like the cell phone. You need not just one, you got to have both. You got to have both sides of the coin. And clarity goes directly to Rick's comment about certainty. We got to have the framework that tells entrepreneurs, innovators, what it is they can expect when they make their investment in the United States of America. Let's face it, we're already behind. Europe has a framework. We're already behind in this country, and that's unacceptable. Clarity, this is not the first iteration. The House has at least 7 or 8 years invested into this. This is probably 3, 4, or 5 iterations down the road. None of it's ever perfect, but we've already invested a lot of institutional experience and knowledge on the House side. The Senate, Rick, I give Bill Haggerty, the Democrats on Tim Scott's committee, a lot of credit, because that committee was essentially dormant for 5 or 6 years. And they woke up suddenly last year, and they moved genius like we had not seen in a long time. Little bumps in the road, but that's with human beings involved. And we ultimately got it passed. I think clarity going over the way it did, it's just taken the Senate a little bit longer now to absorb what's in it and to try and improve on it, because you can always improve on something. Hopefully what we're going to see in the next 2 weeks is Tim Scott's Banking Committee marks up the Clarity Act as they have amended and changed, and they move something back or onto your Senate floor and then back to the House. We need to get that done this summer.
Yeah, we need to get it done before the end of June.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to get it done before the end of June, but I'll take before the end of July. We got to get it done.
100% agree. I think that as we go into the August recess, and for some reason we like to pass crypto bills in July. Every bill I think that you've passed has been in July, so maybe that is the magic month. You talked a little bit about dollar dominance and about how stablecoins have actually helped facilitate dollar dominance. And you talked about the speed of stablecoins and why it's driving down costs. As we think about how this affects everyday people, can you talk a little bit about why you all care about this in context of your constituents? Do people actually know what they're getting yet, or do they understand the value of these types of things? Or is this something that is still catching on and Congress is ahead of its time?
Well, first off, what I think...
That was a joke.
People are learning.
Congress is never ahead of its time.
I think people are learning, but I think the opportunity is very big. It's going to take a while, and there's going to be existing players that are not going to like change, because people don't like to change. They're making plenty of money the way it is. But it's going to drive down. It's going to drive down costs. But on top of that, we have got to do everything we can to continue the interest in the U.S. dollar. Mm-hmm. We're doing the opposite side of it by hurting ourselves with $39 trillion worth of debt, by running big deficits. So we've got to do everything we can to get people to hold dollars. And what the Genius Act did is increasing the chance that people are going to want to hold dollars and continue to us be the reserve currency, which is, if we're not, our interest rates will skyrocket.
Well, I'm going to simplify it a lot because it's more complicated than this. But you're going to need clarity for the Genius Act to really take hold in this country. It's already taken hold outside of this country, but without the market structure bill, you need the financial community to start making offerings. They're not going to do that until they know what the rules of the road are, and that's what clarity is all about. So I think if you really want to dumb it down to the most simple explanation, we'll just say 2 generations. You've got people that are typically in my generation. Rick's much younger, I'm sure. But typically people in my generation that, no, they're not necessarily ready for it. You got people who are 18 to 40, 45. They're not only ready for it, they've been ready for it now for some time. And this is why that group of voters in the last election, they showed up. And it wasn't about being a Republican or a Democrat, in my humble opinion. It was more about who agrees that it's time to move into the 21st century. Yep. Clearly, with the previous administration making moves to try and create a central bank digital currency as quick as they could, literally snuffing out new opportunities. And you have President Trump, who figured out, maybe because of Barron, maybe because of others in the family, innovation is key to our future, and innovation is where blockchain, digital assets, etc., where they exist. That is the solution for the future in this country. And again, we're behind Europe already. We need to get the Clarity Act done now, and we need to see that flood, because we were talking about how the AI investment, it's been a big story the last few weeks because all the pace of earnings reports have been excessive, and they're attributing it to investment in AI development. Will you imagine what happens when clarity passes with the investment you're going to see into this country on top of that investment? It's going to be exponential.
So what I tell you, though, is if you want Clarity Act passed. If you want the right legislation, you've got to be politically active. You have to call your senators. You guys have already passed it, but you've got to call your senators and tell them how important this is. You have to be involved politically. You have to be involved in the elections. You have to call people. You have to give them your thoughts. Show up at their events, because this is the way our government is supposed to work. It's representative government. What happened in the 24 cycle is, the crypto industry got active, and you had an impact on the election, and you got legislation passed. That's how this works.
Yep. Well, and it's interesting, Stand with Crypto, if you all are not familiar, look for Mason, he's up here, and he leads Stand with Crypto. But it's almost 3 million people strong now, and those are people that showed up to vote in 2024, but it was existential in 2024. And I think that everybody should be mindful that it can be existential again, and we need to have a pro-crypto Congress. That's how you get to those 2/3 in the House. That's how you get to the 60-vote threshold. This is similarly not a Republican or Democratic thing, but you've got to have a majority to get it done.
But I'm chomping at the bit to say one thing, Kara. It cannot be about Republicans and Democrats. We have been very protective of this space, despite the fact that I wear a partisan Republican jersey and I fight like crazy in campaigns for Republicans. This can't be about that. Elections do have consequences, but to your point, Rick, when you talk about call your senators, it's important to note you're not saying call your Democrat senators, call your Republican senators.
Call your senators.
Every single one of us. The beauty of the digital asset space, money ain't Republican and it ain't Democrat. Money is just all of us, and that's why value, I should say. Mm-hmm. So it's got to stay that way.
And if you don't, you get the government that you don't want.
Yep.
Right.
StandWithCrypto.com, you can go there and it'll give you all the numbers of all the people in the Senate that you can just immediately call from your phone. So I know we only have a few minutes left, but wanted to hit on one last thing here. Clarity is really about our capital markets and thinking about how to make that, again, not just the leader here, but the leader in the world as we think about attracting investment and thinking about things like tokenization and having a faster, better capital market. Anything that you all want to just mention, I think, in terms of how do we build a deeper, more liquid, tokenized capital market here?
First of all, I think I'm a business guy, so I think industry will do it. Government's just got to get the hell out of the way and let people go innovate. And if there's new legislation we have to do or fix regulations, things like that, we should do that. But I think the business community will go do it on its own. The public wants this. So now people are just going to be innovative. I think they'll be way more innovative than they were with the internet. So I think this is a big opportunity.
Well, and I'm going to throw in the mission, the conflict over in the Middle East as an example. While Iran is going on, we are hearing all about the energy prices going up. The markets are setting records. The S&P 500, the NASDAQ closed at like 5-year highs. Why? Because even though that conflict is going on, our capital markets are still the safest in the world. So that capital is flooding back into this country because they know that the capital markets here are going to be here and are going to be reliable. This is just adding to that. Mm-hmm. We have to make sure, like Rick says, get out of the way and let the innovators do what innovators do. And by the way, government can't eliminate all risk. Unfortunately, we got a lot of people who get election certificates that have never worked in this space, and they think they're protecting us all from ourselves. Get the hell out of the way and just let these people do what they do, and it's going to make for a much better country. It will power the economic prosperity and growth of the 21st century for the United States of America.
I love it. I told you this would be a fun panel. Please help me in thanking you both for being here. And again, you did a better pitch for Stand with Crypto, I think, than anybody could on how we need to go out and call your members of Congress. All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Interesting conversation this week, hearing from Senator Rick Scott talking about cryptocurrency. Let's give you a live look right now. The White House awaiting President Trump to come out into the Rose Garden, where he's expected to deliver remarks any minute now. We can give you a live look at the podium there. Expect to hear from him shortly. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back, and we will get you to the president's remarks when they begin. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Quick breaking news mention here before we get you to the White House. Just in from the city of Orlando, saying because of the issues that they've been dealing with bird flu and the swans at Lake Eola, the city announcing a pause today of the Lake Eola Park swan program, saying they're going to rehome those swans and as part of that pause to reduce stress and risk during a period of construction to prevent there being any other issues as there's construction in the area as part of the Lake Eola Park master plan. So the city announcing a pause to the Lake Eola Swan Park program. We'll follow up on that and have more information for you coming up in a little bit. Right now, I do want to get you to the White House. President Trump speaking live right now from the Rose Garden. Just walked up to the podium a moment ago. He's honoring Angel and Gold Star moms at this luncheon in the Rose Garden. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And I ruined my shoes. Her speeches would never be as good as they could have been because she was always concerned about ruining her shoes. But people would come here, women would come with the high heels, and it wasn't a pretty picture. So after about 150 years, we gave up in the grass. So we said, let's build it so we can use it. And now we have lunches here, we have dinners here, and it's nice and it's cool. The white reflects the sun, so you don't, although it does go in my eye right now, I noticed. I didn't anticipate that, but it's a great place. It's a great place, and we do news conferences, we do everything, and right up here you probably noticed the new black granite, and it's been so well received, people can't even believe it because the stones were all broken and really in bad disrepair, and it's really become great. And we added the pictures of the presidents from George Washington to a guy named Trump, and people really, they've loved it. We call it the Presidential Wall of Fame or Walk of Fame. We say you could call it either. Do you like walk or wall? Ready? Walk, Presidential Walk of Fame. Presidential Wall of Fame. Same. That's the same. I would call that a tie. But I want to thank you all for being here. It's amazing. The weekend we celebrate Mother's Day, honoring the women who raised us and all of the wonderful mothers in our lives for millions of American families. Sunday will be filled with love and gratitude and joy. I had a great mother, by the way. And today we're honored to be joined by many strong and truly heroic moms who have stood up for their children, both in life and in a very profound loss, very, very terrible in many, just terrible loss, many cases. And we have a lot of the greatest people on earth, angel moms. They're with us today. They're great people. They've been through so much, and I got to know so many of you during my first days of running. I got to know you, and I got to love you. But we want to thank you for being here. Mother's Day, it's one of the great days. I always think so fondly of my mother. I had a wonderful mother. Among those with us this afternoon are a number of the angel moms who saw their precious children stolen from them by the open border policies of the radical left. Open borders, I call them stupid borders, not open. I call them stupid borders by stupid people that put them there. And the migrant criminals that let them pour into our country, and bad things happened. Bad things happened. 25 million people came into our country. Many of them were criminals. Many of them were murderers. They allowed them in with their open border policy of stupidity. These incredibly brave and resilient women have turned terrible tragedy into unyielding resolve, becoming advocates so that their mothers do not have to endure the same heartache that they've felt all their lives. They've felt for so long. They've raised the most beautiful child that has taken, and they've spent so many years. In many cases, I see some of you I've known you for years, and others are unfortunately new members of that club. And I say unfortunately, it's a sad thing. Should have never happened. Should have never happened. In their honor, we've rapidly turned the worst and most dangerous border in the history of our country into the strongest border in American history. We have no people come in during the last 11 months. We have zero. Nobody even tries to come up. You know, you used to read about the thousands of people that would pour in and they'd just come up in caravans. I think it was my name I came up with. It looked like a caravan. 25, 30,000 people pouring up. They walk through Mexico. They come from all different locations, come from all over the world, actually. But they came in through our southern border, and they'd come up and just let them walk in. They'd walk in. Nobody had any idea who they were. They were murderers. 11,888 murderers. They were allowed to come into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. Many of them murdered more than one person. What a shame. What a disgusting shame. That people can even think that this is okay is pretty incredible. But for the past 12 months, that's been our number. And these numbers are done by people that the numbers, when I say zero, I actually mean zero. It's hard to believe, actually. But they're done by people that they tend to be somewhat on the left. So they're not going to give us a fair shake. And they say that, people don't come anymore because they know they're not going to get through. So when they know they're not going to get through, they just don't come. And just on that, we save a lot of lives, because that journey up from Honduras and El Salvador and lots of other countries, or from the Congo, where they drop them there and they walk up and they come through our country. They emptied the prisons of the Congo into the area of the southern border and then told them to just walk in because stupid Americans are going to accept you beautifully. And these were hard, mean, vicious criminals they allowed into our country. How anybody can vote for these people is hard to believe, okay? It's hard to believe. But to a friend of mine, Marianne Mendoza. Marianne, where is Marianne? Where are you, Marianne? I got to know you right from the beginning, right? And I won't ask her that, but I would often ask, is it easier with time? Because time has gone by. Marianne, no, it's not. Sadly, it's not. You always hear with time, but a lot of people say it's not easier. But you're a special woman. I've gotten to be a friend of yours. You're a special woman. What you have to go through is disgraceful. Tammy Nobles. Tammy, are you here? Tammy Nobles. Right. Does time help, Tammy? No. It used to be. Time heals all wounds, right? But it doesn't.
That's a joke.
Doesn't. When you love somebody that much, it doesn't help like it should. Jacqueline Medina, a great person. Where is Jacqueline? Jacqueline, where are you? Thank you, darling. Thank you. And so many others, and I want to thank you for coming. And I don't think you've been treated properly. It's hard to believe, but the angel moms have not been treated properly. But this president treats you properly. I can't speak for others, but this one treats you properly. And we love you all, and all I can say is our hearts are out to you on Mother's Day, and you have a good Mother's Day. Go and have a good Mother's Day. In securing our border, we've also made tremendous strides in stopping the flow of illegal drugs into our country. The flood of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by 59%, and the drugs coming in by sea are down by 97%. 97%. And we're trying to figure out who the 3% are, because they are the bravest people on earth. You see how we stop them by sea. For years they'd go and catch the boat, bring them to court, they'd go in, they'd go out. By the time of the evening, they'd be back on another boat, bringing drugs in. So we gave them warning, and we don't do that anymore. We do it much more efficiently. But think of that, down by sea. A lot of them came in, about 50%. It's down 97. Now we've started a very strong. The sea was more difficult, and now we've started land, and you'll see it coming down. It's come down a lot, but you'll see it coming down. And they come through Mexico for the most part. We have a problem because the cartels rule Mexico, and nobody else. The cartels, they just rule it. And, we lose 200,000 people a year through this poison that pours into our country. So we have the sea done, meaning the ocean, waterways, pretty much done, 97%, and we're going to have the land done very soon. I want to thank the brave moms fighting the epidemic of drug addiction here, and this afternoon, including Ann Funder. Ann, you here someplace? Ann Funder does a great job. Wow, good. That's a great job you do, Ann. Stephanie Rowe. Stephanie, thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. Behind the cameras there, Stephanie. Thank you very much. And a friend of mine, Jackie Siegel, who's a great mom, great mother. Thank you, Jackie. I've known her for a long time. She looks better now than she did 20 years ago, right? Thank you very much, Jackie. Last summer, it was my great honor to sign the Halt Fentanyl Act into law, and we'll never give up on that mission for ending the drug epidemic in America. We've come a long way, though. We've stopped massive amounts of drugs from coming in. This afternoon, we're also joined by some of the most extraordinary mothers our nation has ever produced, our cherished Gold Star moms. These are Gold Star moms. These mothers raised up children so selfless and so devoted that they volunteered to wear the uniform of our nation and laid down their lives for all of us. One of those mothers is Janice Chance. Janice, where's Janice? Thank you. Thank you, Janice. Hi, you look great. That's a beautiful hat. Thank you, Janice. Who lost her son, Marine Captain Jesse Melton, and I heard he was an outstanding. They give me lists and they tell me about people. You know, they said that Jesse was outstanding, Janice. They have the word outstanding. Thank you for being here. Just before he went to Afghanistan in 2008, Jesse told his mother, "Mom, I want to go change the world and make it an even better place. I want to make it a better place, Mom." Just before his 30th birthday, even though he had the day off, Jesse volunteered to take the place of a fellow Marine, and that of his brother-in-arms could be present for the birth of a daughter. That day, Jesse gave his life for our country. Jesse was struck down that day by helping somebody else. And Janice, I want to say America is a strong and free nation today because of people like your great son, and we want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much. I also want to express my love for the moms with us whose extraordinary heroes gave their lives in the terrorist attack at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. I got to know you very well, very well. And these are phenomenal people. We went to a club I own in Bedminster, New Jersey, which is beautiful. They played music. They said, "You actually think he's coming out?" They said, "Yes." And I was going to do just to stop by and say hello. And we ended up listening to music for 4 hours on that beautiful night, looking at the sky, thinking about those wonderful people. Abbey Gate, very well known. Should have never happened. That should have never happened. That was incompetence by the Biden administration. So to Alice Lopez, you know that, right? Yeah, we know that. To Alicia Lopez and Paula Knaus, Self, Coral Persino, and to all of the Abbey Gate moms, we're thinking of you in this Mother's Day. And again, we had you to the White House. We had you to, I was over at a very beautiful cemetery, as beautiful as they can be, but, you know, it's a sad occasion. We went over and we paid our respects, but we lost great people that day. We shouldn't have lost any people that day. Gross incompetence. This Mother's Day, we're thinking of all of those incredible moms, and we're doing everything in our power to support them and millions of other mothers all across America. And we're blessed to have many wonderful mothers serving in this administration, including Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, who's doing a phenomenal job. Thank you very much. And the first woman ever to serve as a White House Chief of Staff. She's become a legend, Susie Wiles. She's amazing. To help American families and mothers, we passed a great, big, beautiful bill, the largest tax cuts in American history. We expanded the child tax credit to $2,200 from a much lower number per child, and delivered the largest expansion of school choice in American history. We have school choice all over now. We didn't have you had virtually none. Everybody loved school choice. With accounts, we have a very special thing, the Trump accounts, where we're helping families to set aside tax advantage savings for their children's future. And we are giving every American newborn child $1,000 automatically to invest and to grow over the course of their lives. And I want to thank the Dell family. It's a great family. He is amazing. She is amazing. They've done such a job on that. They put up a lot of money too. Put up $6.25 billion. That's somebody. And he started making computers on his bed in college and selling them because they were better than other computers. And I said, how did you do that? He said, well, I did it and I just never stopped. It just kept going. So go out and buy a Dell. They're great. We're also working to make it easier than ever before to start a family by lowering the price of IVF, cutting regulatory battles and barriers, and fighting to bring down the cost of living so that more Americans can pursue the dream of, and it's a dream of living just a good life, maybe a great life. We cut drug prices now with the favored nations, most favored nations. We cut them by 70, 80, 90%. You could say 500%, 600, depending on the way you phrase the statement. But we now play, when I was here, this was a big ambition right at the beginning. I was able to cut them a little bit, but I didn't cut them. I cut them more than anybody else, which was a little bit, because for 28 years, drug prices and prescription drugs only went in one direction. And when I came back, we now did something that everybody said was impossible. Favored nations. We had the highest drug prices in the world by far. Now we have the lowest drug prices in the world. Can you imagine? So we cut them by 50, 60, 70%, and go out and you'll see exactly. It's one of the I think it's one of the biggest things that we've done. Drugs that were costing in London $10 for a pill would cost $130 for a pill in the United States. And now, if it's $10 or if it's $20, that's what we pay. We pay the lowest price anywhere in the world, so it's great. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it, but that's why I talk about it, because we have no choice. We have to. So I just want to, again, I want to thank everybody for being here. It's so important. We do things like we keep men out of women's sports, a very popular issue. We stopped transgender mutilization of your children for everyone. We don't have that. But I want to thank every single mother here this afternoon and all across our nation for your work every single day. America's moms are really raising the future of our country, the most important. You have the most, we don't call it a job because when you love it, it's not a job, but for this purpose, you have the most important job there is in America or any place else, and you're doing an incredible job. I just want to wish you all a very happy Mother's Day. We're going to have a great Mother's Day, and for those mothers that lost their child, many of whom are with us today, the angel moms and others, Gold Star moms, we love you especially. We love you maybe even the most. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
President Trump wrapping up his remarks there, speaking in front of a crowd in the Rose Garden of angel mothers, Gold Star moms, who are giving a round of applause now after being honored in that speech from President Trump at this luncheon.
Let's go. Get some music. Where are we sitting?
The Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins there as well as he greets some of the mothers in attendance there. Again, the Rose Garden of the White House. We are going to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Coming up on the 1 o'clock hour, we appreciate you joining us here today. I do want to follow up on the announcement from the city of Orlando about pausing the Lake Eola Swan program. We brought to you as breaking news just about 20 minutes or so before President Trump began speaking. Also want to give you a live look at Lake Eola, where you can see, we've been able to see some of the birds around the area in the last little bit as well. Okay, so here's what we know from the city. I'm going to essentially kind of read you this update so we get the full information there. You can also see the highlights on that graphic to the right. So from a city spokesperson telling us earlier this year, Lake Eola Park swan flock experienced significant losses due to avian influenza. Since then, the city of Orlando has consulted closely with state and federal partners, including the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, to review all requirements for the care and management of the city's captive swan. FWC sets strict guidelines for the possession and care of captive wildlife, and the city is committed to meeting the highest standards in providing for the swan's well-being. Through this review, it became clear that consistently meeting those requirements within an active urban park, especially one preparing for major construction, will be increasingly difficult. For these reasons, and in advance of construction associated with the Lake Eola Park Master Plan, the city is announcing a pause of the Lake Eola Park Swan program. As part of this pause, the city's captive swans will be rehomed, beginning with this year's cygnets, their parents, and the eggs and parent swans currently nesting. Relocating them now will reduce stress and risk during this extended period of construction activity in the park and will help ensure their ongoing care in environments that can fully meet required standards. The city spokesperson goes on to say, even after the city's captive swans are rehomed, visitors may still see wild swans and other waterfowl in and around Lake Eola Park, as these birds are free-ranging and not part of the city's captive flock. The well-being of these swans remains our highest priority. While it is difficult to see them leave Lake Eola Park, pausing the program and responsibly rehoming the flock is the most compassionate and responsible step forward for their long-term health. And that ends the statement from the city of Orlando telling us about pausing the Lake Eola Swan program, something that is, those swans have become a kind of an iconic part of the identity of the city. And when you think of Lake Eola, that is for sure. We do expect to hear from Commissioner Patty Sheehan, who has been outspoken and has been active when it comes to the Swan program there. We expect to hear from her coming up in a couple of hours, 3 o'clock. We will have that for you live on Fox 35 News Plus here on our digital platforms. We're also going to check in just a little bit with Fox 35's Matt Trezza, who's following up on this announcement today, and we will check in with him about an hour from now and see what he can tell us about what he's learning about this decision and the impact. So we are continuing to track that breaking news today out of downtown Orlando. All right, we are also just wanted to give you an update on Governor DeSantis going to be speaking at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Here's a live look. Bayfront Park in downtown Miami. Beautiful day there in South Florida. And we expect to hear from the governor coming up at about 3:45. We will be live streaming that for you on our Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. So you will be able to watch that there. We are also still on verdict watch in the Julio Fulio murder trial. Have not seen the jury come back with any questions or anything at this point. They are deliberating. Don't forget, they have the fates of 4 defendants to deliberate, each of them with individual defenses and explanations and evidence that we heard in court. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with that. We are keeping a close eye on that. We'll get you inside the courtroom when we see activity, whether that might be a jury question whether that might be, a jury question, whether that might actually be a verdict. There's just no way of knowing how long deliberations may take, but you would expect it to take a while with the seriousness of the charges, and again with the 4 different defendants that they each have to consider. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that on this Friday afternoon as well. We talked a little bit yesterday about how the push to bring Major League Baseball to Orlando got another big name added as a part of that push. We're talking about David Eckstein, who is a former MLB All-Star, World Series champion, World Series MVP even. He's from Sanford. He's a Sanford native. He attended Seminole High School, played baseball at the University of Florida, and had a very successful Major League Baseball career. Now joining this push to bring a pro team to the City Beautiful. Fox 35's Jonah Karp had the chance to speak with him yesterday about why this is something he wanted to be part of, why he thinks Orlando is such a good fit for Major League Baseball, and what that effort continues to look like moving forward.
First off, can we see the shirt?
Yeah. Oh, can you see it? Yeah. Let me stand up a little bit there.
Yeah.
It's always going to go. My camera floats with my face. Yeah.
Perfect.
So Orlando on deck.
Perfect.
Yeah.
How'd you get involved with the Dreamers?
Well, actually, I got to give kind of the thanks to one of your coworkers, John Brown. I talked to John Brown, who knew part of the Dreamers and actually made the contact. So reached out, set up a meeting, and this was about 6 months ago, and they reached back out about 2 weeks ago and said, hey, are you looking? We would love to have you join the team, and I was so excited.
John's gonna love the shout out.
Oh yeah, totally.
How's it been going for you so far?
It's been good. Like legitimately, the announcement just happened, and I've met with them, like twice now, and so my feet are wet. I can't wait to jump in to hear all the exciting plans, and the goal is find a way to get a club here.
What's your role gonna be?
I think as of right now, they were talking about like a strategic advisor, but also within the community. So hopefully, just ginning up some support for the club. Like I'm sure we're going to do events within the community, showing up, and hopefully maybe just talking to some people within the game to see just about our chances.
What's the likelihood that Orlando lands a Major League Baseball team?
Right. I mean, it's going to be a challenge. We know that, it's one of those things, but you got to understand, we're one of the fastest growing metropolitans in the nation right now. And with our tourism, I think we can show that we can actually support it, because, you always hear about the 2 other teams in Florida, but where we're growing right now, I think we definitely can support it. And it is a challenge. Like we're not shying away from that, but we're just going to put our best foot forward to show that, like, if there's a club that wants to relocate, or if they're the expansion, that hopefully they'll consider us and to be able to, make this their home.
Do you think it's more likely Orlando lands a team in an expansion or a relocation?
You just don't know, to be honest. It's one of those things. We're going after expansion right now, but we'll be listening to clubs that they're looking to move. And so we're trying to just cover all the boxes right now. And the thing is, we just need to show, MLB that this will be a great landing spot.
Realistically, though, do you think that MLB will look at like the Rays and the Marlins and say, these teams, while sometimes they perform above expectation, don't spend a lot of money historically, currently? What would be the financial benefit to adding a 3rd Major League Baseball team to Florida? Do you think they would even look at Tampa and Miami as sort of a barometer?
Well, the biggest thing, you would hope they would look at it as separately, because as like within the NFL, you have three NFL teams already here and supporting very well, and the market that Orlando can bring, I think that's something that's very important, and the attractions that we have. So it is. I mean, there's always going to be hurdles. I'm going to tell you that right now. We're not saying like, oh my gosh, there's going to be hurdles, but if we sit there and put our best foot forward and hopefully show that this is a landing spot, you know, historically within other leagues, they've proven to have, you know, multiple clubs in the same city, in the same state.
Give me like your best guess of a timeline based off conversations that you had. If you could, you don't have a crystal ball, but like in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, could we expect momentum or maybe even a team? What do you think?
Right. So you mean that's all the stuff I'm getting into right now. You know what I mean? Like I have not sat down and had the I mean, I just signed my NDA, so I have not had the full disclosure of all the information. But you know, you're hoping, whatever it is going to take some time. So it's not like, oh my gosh, next year we're going to have a club. It's not going to be that, but it is going to be one of those things that it will take a little bit of time to figure out. Like even if it's expansion, you know, the expansion, you have to go through the minor leagues for the first couple of years before you actually add a club. So yeah, so there's definitely, it's going to take a little bit of time, but as what we're doing right now is hopefully just starting to gain momentum and show people that this is a, you know, one of the best spots, if not the best spot to land a major league club.
As a baseball lifer, you know what momentum feels like.
Yes.
Momentum's real. It's
Right.
something you can latch on to. Do you feel like, as a former baseball player, as a Central Floridian, that there's real momentum to bring a Major League Baseball team to Central Florida?
I think there is, you know, especially, you know, that was one of the things why I was so excited, you know, born in Sanford, Florida, attended Seminole High School, went to the University of Florida. Like I'm a true Floridian. I just, you know, I love the state and everything like that. And I would love to see baseball here. And it's going to take a whole moment. It's going to take not just myself, not just Barry Larkin, not just Johnny Damon. It's going to take this whole community to get behind it. And so it has to start somewhere. And hopefully over time, we'll get the community behind us even more and show. I mean, it's all about showing MLB that this is the place to come, that we have the fan base to support a major league club.
Are you guys looking closely at what's going on with the Rays Stadium and considering the possibility of maybe a Rays relocation if their stadium funding can't go through?
I mean, as of right now, I mean, we're looking at all places. You know, we don't really like to comment on anything that's in negotiation right now. But we are looking at all opportunities to obtain a club, whether that comes through relocation or whether that comes through expansion. We are definitely excited to be able to you know, welcome someone here.
Spoken like a true politician.
Yeah, I know. Hopefully at some point in time. Yes.
Can you give me an idea of growing up in Central Florida as a huge baseball fan, wanting to one day play Major League Baseball? What was that like in terms of, you know, not being able to go to a game in your backyard?
My team was the Braves. I saw the TBS Superstation. I turned on. And we were a family that really didn't have that much money. So the only time we went to the Braves when I was 3 years old, and my dad was a huge Yankee fan. So we went to Yankee Stadium when I was 5. So those were the two games that I went to live. Prior to, I went to a St. Louis game when I was 16 with the team. And then I would go to some of the spring training games. So I went to Boardwalk and Baseball, watched them play there. I've been to Lakeland. I actually went down to Winter Haven when Boston was there. So like my dad would always try to get me to go to games, but like legitimately I sat on the couch every night watching the Braves play. And if there was an opportunity to go to a game here, yeah, that would have been like almost a dream come true. I can still remember like some of the drives, just driving on 75, just passing Fulton County Stadium. Like, oh, that'd be cool one day, you know, just to go. And so, but yes, having a local club actually is just so exciting to, just even have on the local station, but also to attend and see it. Because the thing about it is when you see it in real person, like it just shows that this something on your television, there's actually, that you can actually become it. There's almost like it puts it into like, hey, if they can do it, you can do it.
You were in Florida when there was momentum and the reality of bringing a Major League Baseball team here. And then it happened twice in 5 years. So when you were growing up, what were the conversations like about that possibility? And then when that actually came to fruition, what was that like as a baseball fan?
Well, to be honest, it was more the Marlins. So it was so exciting. 93. Everyone watched opening day with Charlie Huff on the mound. It was something that it was like, okay, now this could be our club. And then following year I go off to college, and once you go off to college, playing and stuff like that, you kind of lose a little bit of track. But I was so excited when Miami broke in with the club, because yes, it was closer to the home state and everything and stuff. So so that was probably more of my introduction to Florida actually getting a baseball club. But it brought a lot of, I was so excited.
Well, why doesn't Orlando have more Big Four sports? After all these years, it's still just the Magic.
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. Well, I think over time, especially prior to back in the day, you would hear of Tampa Bay because of the sport, because of the football team, and Miami because of the football. That I think that added, and then but over time we have just grown. We have just grown as a city, and our tourism has gone through the roof. Now that we have Disney with Universal and SeaWorld, and I think that's definitely put us over the top of even visitors coming here, which would even add to just the within attendance. If you just think about it, how many people will schedule oh, their team's coming to play here in Orlando, let's schedule a Disney trip, let's schedule a Universal trip, SeaWorld trip, to back end during the other time go watch a game. So I think just the way that we have taken off as a city has made us so much more attractive.
All right, I'm going to put you in a scenario. This is how we'll wrap up the interview, okay?
Okay.
You're sitting down in a room.
Mm-hmm.
It's 4 people. It's you, Barry Larkin, Johnny Damon, Rob Manfred.
Okay.
Rob says, okay, give me your best pitch. We want to bring a team to Orlando. Why should we go?
Well, I was just saying we are one of the fastest growing metropolitans in the nation. So we were going to definitely bring the fan base. Orlando, if you see all the major leaguers that have come out here, baseball is a hotbed in Orlando. And so, and the more that we can sit there and bring this to the forefront, the fans will show up. We will show you no other that we will support this club. And then we're going to have an ownership group that's going to actually invest into the players and invest into the community. And so we're going to even be able to show you that we'll be a competitive team as quickly as possible once we actually have a team.
Well, you sold me.
Oh, good. Thank you.
David Eckstein joining the push for the Dreamers. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday. Been a busy week in the Florida gubernatorial campaign. We've checked in with some of the different stops and talked about new polling this week. We heard from James Fishback speaking about Spirit Airlines on Monday. Byron Donalds has been crisscrossing the state as well. He's the proverbial Republican front runner, and he's in Hialeah this afternoon. He was in Orlando this week as well, where he made an announcement about transparency in government and some policy changes that he would implement as governor. I want to play for you his stop in Orlando, where he talked about these things.
And next we will have some remarks from my Congressman Daniel Webster. And we're so excited to be here for this policy announcement. And if you look at this nice sign we have here, this is a sign after my own heart. Most transparent government in America, accountability. Let's do this. We can get this done together.
Is not welcome in Orlando. Hate will never make America great. Byron Donalds is not welcome in Orlando. Hate will never make America great. Byron Donalds. Thanks for coming.
Adios.
See, we've been to the campaign season now.
I know.
They love you.
I know. Moving on, back to our message about accountability in government, which is so important, and one of the leaders who has always made sure that we have a great accountability in the state of Florida government, as well as our government in D.C., Congressman Daniel Webster.
Thank you so much. It's great to see you all here today. I'm glad you came out. This is an awesome day. Starting off in Orlando, Florida, downtown Florida. So it's great to be here. I'm an early supporter of Byron. Great man. He's going to make a great governor. He's going to be great for not only Orlando, but the entire state. And we're looking forward to what he's going to say today. But really, to tell you the truth, he every time he talks, he gives out some great wisdom, understanding, knowledge. He's a fantastic person, and he will make a fantastic governor. So thank y'all for coming to hear him. You're going to enjoy it. I think you're going to actually learn to love him like I do. So good to see you, and good to have you all here. I'm thankful for my friends that are here today. Good to see all of you. And Byron, come and talk to us.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
First of all, I really am grateful for everybody being here today. Congressman Webster, thank you so much, not only for being here and your support in this race, but for your career of service and leadership in the state of Florida. What most people don't know about Dan Webster is that he is the first Republican Speaker of the Florida House since Reconstruction in Florida. And we celebrate and we rejoice in the fact that we live in the best state in all of America here in Florida. And I just want to let people know that that work started 30 years ago with Dan Webster and his colleagues who were in Tallahassee fighting the good fight, making sure that we had common sense policies, which have now become the bedrock of Florida, that we could actually shift this state from blue to purple and then keep Tallahassee red. And we've had one of the greatest runs in governance and leadership in all of America, and that's what has made Florida the envy of the other 49 states. So Dan, thank you so much for all your service, and thank you for not just here in Florida, but also in Washington, representing the 11th Congressional District. And we know that we're going to wish you well. We're going to miss you in Washington, but thank you. A couple of things. I wanted to first start talking about just where we are today in our state. We are the envy of the other 49. We are. I travel to a lot of different places. Working on Capitol Hill, our colleagues are typically envious of how come Florida got that done? How come you've done this? We have had a great leadership with Governor Ron DeSantis. He's done a tremendous job leading Florida. And now the mission is to make sure that we preserve the Florida that we all love, preserve that great Florida dream, which has really become the envy of the other states, and prepare Florida for another generation of growth. There's a lot of different things that we're going to have to continue to do in order to keep Florida as the best state in America. Affordability is on everybody's mind, everybody's mind. What we want to do is make sure that we are running an efficient government where we're squeezing costs out of governmental operations to make your life affordable. Let me give you a few examples. Housing. Everybody wants to talk about affordable housing, attainable housing. Well, 30% of the costs of new homes are government costs. Government, not sheetrock, not plywood, not copper pipes, not furniture, not appliances, government. We have to be efficient with the time of people who want to build homes in our state for young people trying to get into the home ownership game. We do that by modernizing internal operations in the state of Florida. This is the way we get to the point where now when you're buying that house or you're going into that new development is more affordable for the people of Florida who want to make it their home. If you want to start with affordability, you got to make our government more efficient. 2, insurance. The governor and the legislature did great work around tort reform. We're going to keep that in place in the state of Florida. But we also have to re-examine our regulatory system in insurance and find other ways to push insurance costs down. When I was in the State House, I chaired the Insurance and Banking Subcommittee. I spent 17 years of my career in banking, insurance, and financial services. So these are issues that I'm very well versed in. We want to look at every aspect of Florida's insurance market and look for new ways to adjust our regulatory system to probably save anywhere from 5 to 15% and push those costs down for the people of Florida. Property taxes, we all know the governor's goal is to repeal homestead property taxes, and he has my full support in that endeavor. We'll see what Tallahassee comes up with and what they can get accomplished. If they're not able to get anything done, what we want to be able to do is target those relief, target that property tax relief to seniors on fixed income. Because if you're a senior on fixed income, you're living paycheck to paycheck. The thing that's causing you the most harm today is when taxes and insurance are now more than principal and interest. And that's hurting a lot of seniors in our state, and we want to make sure that they're getting the relief that they so richly deserve because they decided to make Florida their home in their golden years. But it's also about providing relief to young people trying to get into the game of housing. Erin, I'm looking at your daughter right now. When you're trying to get into the game of buying housing and you got to go to the escrow table for the first time, having to have all that property tax money as a part of your down payment is tough for a first-time home buyer. I went through it when I bought my house for the first time. It's tough for young people, so we want to make sure that if we can't get full homestead repeal done, we want to target that relief to young people getting into home ownership, to seniors on fixed income who have called Florida their home for a very long time. And we're also going to have to do some stuff around portability, because here's the truth. We have a lot of people in our state who have been living in their homes for a long time, and if they decided to downsize, their property tax bills will go up dramatically. So we have to fix portability in our state. Those are the ways that Florida's government can actually be focused on affordability and get real reforms done in Florida to make it more affordable to live in our state. But bigger than that, how are we going to make sure that the young people of the future of our state, how are they going to achieve the Florida dream? You see, I moved here at 17 years old. That's when I came to this state. I got dropped off a Greyhound bus in Tallahassee, Florida. I had a trunk full of clothes. And this is back when kids traveled with trunks. I'm dating myself a little, but we had trunks. And so 30 years ago, I came to Florida. And I've been blessed. My wife and I have truly built the Florida dream for ourselves. We want to make sure that young people today and in the future can build that dream. Because the future of Florida's success is the future of the successes of young people in our state. We want to make sure that in the K-12 system, our kids are mastering math, reading, and writing by the time they graduate high school. They need to have the employable skills by the time they graduate high school. We also want to work with industry. We announced our Launchpad initiative. We're going to work with industries to create the internships, the on-the-job training, the credentialing, and the apprenticeships that young people in our schools may need. If they're not going to go to Florida State or the University of Florida, let's make sure they have a launch pad into their careers. So that way when they walk across that stage at high school graduation, they are walking into a real job, paying them real money, so they can put a roof over their head and food on the table. And this is how we keep Florida moving the way it's been going. It's about families, young families being able to build that dream for themselves. Let's be very direct. What we all want is for young men to have highly employable skills. And so that way a young lady looks at them and says, you know what? He's kind of cute. I'm gonna put my bet on him. And we'll build a family and build a life together and raise kids together. And that's how you continue the Florida dream. Our young kids have to be able to know that they're going to be successful. In Florida, we are going to make sure that our kids are going to be successful going forward into the future. But the last of it is what we're going to talk about today. Accountability. This is very important. We are going to be the most transparent government in all of America. Today, I'm announcing my commitment to that. Right now, information is often buried in paperwork, scattered across websites, or only available if you file a public records request. The reform changes that. We're making it simple for every taxpayer to see exactly how their money is being spent, down to the contract, to the salary, or to the fee. We all know about the DOGE audits being conducted by the governor and the CFO. My commitment to you is that those DOGE audits will continue. They are going to be a fact of life in Florida, but they're going to be for all governments in Florida, local government and state government. Every state agency will have to go through the same rigor, the same process. And what we want to do is have one website where you, the people of Florida, can go, search for the agency, search for the local government, and drill down and really understand how your government is spending money. You have a right to see it. Most of what the average Floridian pays is actually not the state sales tax. It's some local fee or property taxes or something else. You should be able to see every detail because it's your money. It's not our money. You want to talk about affordability in our state? One of the ways you do that is making sure that government is held accountable for how we are spending your money and how much of it we spend. It should be as easy to see what your government is spending as it is for you to search for products on Amazon. And that's the level of transparency we are committing to. Let me give you a couple examples of why this is necessary. In Jacksonville, the mayor up there spent $75,000 on a hologram to be in the airport to greet the visitors as they come and land in Jacksonville International. And so I've flown into the Jacksonville airport. Let me tell you where the hologram is. It's by the front door. It's like this high, by the front door. Mayor Deegan's not that tall. She's not tall. So it's this high, it's at one of the front doors. When you're walking directly from the gates to the parking lot or to the roadside pickup. If you go to baggage claim, or if you go to the ticketing desk, you don't see the hologram because it's only this tall and it's by one door. They spent $75,000 on that in Jacksonville. Now some people might say, but Byron, it's only $75,000. But this is what happens in government when people just think it's our money, not your money. And that's why transparency is key if you're going to bring stability to these spending levels. Broward County spent $890,000 on a DEI workshop program for gender ideology. $890,000. And here's the truth. Nobody knew they spent the money until the DOGE audit came. Nobody knew it had been spent. We already know in our state, we do not support DEI. We do not support gender ideologies. We don't support that stuff. And let's just be clear. Spending almost $1 million on that is insane, especially when we know we have seniors on fixed income who are struggling how to figure out how they're going to pay their property taxes. This is why transparency is critical to the future of our state. And quite frankly, it's critical to the future of all governments. We have to be transparent. Orange County, right here at home, has been spending $9 million per year on a security contract where the people on the contract have not always been showing up to do their job. And they have failed multiple audits for the basic requirements to qualify to do that job. And they've been spending $9 million a year. Now, I can't wait to see the facility they've been securing. But if you're going to spend $9 million and you're going to fail at showing up, the people of Orange County have a right to know that. And they should know it when those contracts are being signed and when they're being negotiated. And that's why we believe that the way to do this is to have an all-of-government approach, one website where you can go and search, filter through the information, you can compare the budgets year over year and see the growth in these budgets. And the last but not least, and here's the one we want to make sure that you get. You know how you get those text messages about an Amber Alert? We all get them, unfortunately, and we're glad we get them, because when that notice goes out, everybody does look around and see and say to themselves, am I in that area? Let me be looking for that car so we can protect that child and save that child. Or when there's a storm coming, you get an alert on your phone, hey, a storm's coming, be prepared. Well, when these audits are complete, you should get an alert. Hey, we just finished the Doge audit of Orange County, residents of Orange County. If you choose to look at it, wonderful. Then you are an empowered citizen. If you choose not to look at it, that's your choice too. But that information should be readily available to every citizen of Florida. It's not government's money, it's your money. And we have a responsibility to be transparent and efficient with your resources. The people of Florida want an affordable Florida. One of the ways we get there is with real transparency and accountability. Real transparency and accountability to make sure that we are spending your dollars as efficiently as possible. So I just want to thank everybody for being here today. Let me be very clear on this. My mission in running for governor is very simple. Like I told you, I've lived here 30 years. When I'm done with politics, 30 years into the future, trust me, I will be done at 77. I'm not going to be around. But when I'm done, I want to marvel that Florida has remained the best state in America. One of the ways we get there is making sure that we lay the foundation to be the most transparent government in all of America. Thank you guys for being here.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Our friends at Fox 13 Tampa Bay had the chance to speak with Homeland Security Investigations and the special agent in charge of the Tampa office there, where they talked about the Homeland Security Task Force being set up per an executive order from the president that wants every state to have one of these. They talk about their focus on what they say really taking it to the drug cartels. Here's some of that conversation about their work and their priorities moving forward.
So you have been here for many years. I know you've seen your fair share of cases, investigations, and everything. But the Homeland Security Task Force is something relatively new to you guys, right?
Correct. We're so excited. By establishment of the executive order, we've set up the Homeland Security Task Force. There's a Homeland Security Task Force in every state throughout the United States, and that's not Mike McCombs saying that. That's the President of the United States' quote. He's established this framework for us to, really take it to the cartels and foreign terrorist organizations and criminal organizations.
Why was the setting up a task force in every state, why was that such an important move and something that is going to be helpful for you guys?
Right. We're seeing unprecedented levels of transnational criminal crime happening across our border right here in our own community, evidenced by, cartels like the Williams brothers that we just dismantled. So it's important that we have a tool, a mechanism to really take the fight to them.
And when you talk about bringing all these agencies and all these resources together while tackling the cartels, these organizations, why is it so important that you have everybody working as one?
Well, you want to be around the water cooler. You want to be, side to side, elbow to elbow, being able to, take those threats on as they come, collaborate with our fellow law enforcement agencies in ways we never were really able to do it before. When you're sitting together, you work together, right? And that's the focus of our United States Attorney in the Middle District of Florida, Mr. Kehoe. Is something he's very passionate about, us working together in ways we've never worked before. And we co-lead this HSTF with the FBI and our amazing other law enforcement partners throughout Tampa Bay. And we're just excited to get going on it. And, cases like this kind of show what we can do.
Yeah, and in this case in particular, you guys worked, all the way down to the Tampa Police Department. Why? And I even saw that with the task force you guys work with, I think, USPS. Where do all of these agencies kind of come into play here? Yeah,
Postal Service. Some may overlook them, but one of the most amazing federal law enforcement partners we have. The threat doesn't respect our borders. We have to really take it to them. And, our response to that threat has to match it.
When you're talking about the work that you guys do, I know, you can't get into details about every single move you make and everything, but how are you actually using all of these agencies to reach Mexico, for example, reach, over the border, reach other states in the country?
Well, in your example, Mexico, right? At the U.S. Embassy in Mexico, there's basically an HSTF there, right? Every federal law enforcement agency virtually has a partner law enforcement agency sitting in the embassy side by side in a country team. We've basically taken that model of a country team in an embassy and done that here in Tampa Bay, right? Working side by side. So you have the best of everything and every agency has to offer. You have, the best of the ATF, the Postal Service, FBI, ourselves at Homeland Security Investigations. Just amazing partners, amazing authorities, right, and amazing people.
When you're investigating these cases too, whenever we have go to press conferences, we hear, the partners, Homeland Security, FBI. How difficult is it to investigate these cases, even though they might be even happening down on the ground here in Tampa? I mean, how difficult is it to be tracing things back and connecting all of these people in these networks?
Well, it's an amazing time where we have amazing resources, right? And so we have amazing AI analytical tools in ways that we've never had before. So it's just really exciting time to be in law enforcement. We're at the cutting edge, the forefront of investigations and investigative capabilities. And, I wouldn't want to be a transnational criminal organization trying to operate in Tampa Bay right now, because when these partners really get going, using the full capabilities that they have, it'll be probably the same result the Williams brothers saw. The Federal Correctional Institute in Coleman's probably what's in their future.
Yeah, in your experience, just in the last dozen years that you've been here, how have these organizations evolved? How has these types of crimes evolved and changed to where you guys have to keep up with it?
Yeah, there used to be a saying in law enforcement, we catch the dumb ones, right? Like I've heard that said before. That's not the case here. These are highly sophisticated criminal organizations, and they themselves are employing tools at their disposal they've never had before, and it's making us have to be very adept in the way we move to counter them.
Yeah, going off that, I think it might be easy for us here, if we're not dealing with it every day, to be like, oh, that's happening in maybe other states, not here, or maybe other countries, not here, or oh, these other countries are so far away, like it's not going to get over here. How true or untrue is that?
It's here. You can see in that case, the Williams brothers, right? There's not a drug that you can think of that they would not probably deliver you, right, or find for you. And the worst of the worst drugs, right? Fentanyl, 50 times more potent than, heroin. It's ridiculous. And the quantities that they traffic that, and cocaine, still a major threat, to our Tampa Bay area. And so that's why the Homeland Security Task Force and our partners are just very adept and excited to get going against these cartels in a way we've never had, the ability to do that before.
Yeah, and without this task force, what was different about how you guys would work these cases?
Well, don't get me wrong. It's not like we wouldn't collaborate, right? But we weren't together to be able to collaborate, and that's what makes us exciting. We didn't have the resources and the backing of the Homeland Security Task Force and the authorities and capabilities. There's a whole national collaboration center in D.C., right, that just supports the Homeland Security Task Force throughout the United States. And, that's what's exciting, to have that infrastructure behind you, the resources, the money, the capabilities, the positions, the people, to be able to take the fight to them.
If you had to kind of explain the pipeline to, in a 101 explanation, or kind of for dummies, when you think about, the local agencies like TPD, HCSO, you guys, what kinds of resources do these different agencies offer that you're able to pool together? You guys versus FBI versus Tampa Police, for example.
Well, our most talented people, some of them in the office, are members of those organizations you just mentioned, right? We bring them over as task force officers. Usually the very best of the best, the cream of the crop, will apply to be TFOs. We're very selective in who we do bring over, and it's a two-way street. It's not just one way. We give back to them in resources, training, and just partnership. And the partnerships that we have in this law enforcement community here are some of the strongest, I would venture to say, in the United States.
I think one of my last questions, just kind of tying all this together, this most recent case is one of the first big cases that you guys have been able to work with under the task force, right?
That's correct. The Williams brothers is a Homeland Security Task Force operation, and it was brought under the Homeland Security Task Force framework, and we dismantled that organization in short order. It's long days and long nights in this building and others where we, sat collaboratively and we worked towards dismantling them, and we took them off the board. This community was never going to have to worry about them again.
And also, just for context, these cases you guys work are often years long. We don't hear about them until, or I guess, when we hear about them, you guys have been doing your work for years and investigating, right?
Right. These agents don't do that so they can get glory and, get on television or, get in the media. They do it because, that's what they trained to do. That was usually their life calling, right? To, be a federal law enforcement agent or an officer. In my case with Homeland Security investigations, to go and, just be a part of that fight and use, their talented resources to combat these organizations. So that this Homeland Security Task Force is giving them the opportunity to do that, right, in a way that they've never been able to do that before with the resources they've never had before.
I will just ask one last question. It's kind of what you asked the other gentleman too. It's just, and it might be just a duh question, but you know, to the citizens of the Tampa Bay area who they're like, this isn't a me problem. I don't use drugs. I don't, you know, why do I care about this task force? Why do I care about this bust in particular? Can you kind of like, why is it so important that this task force is here in the Tampa Bay area?
Sure. You know, when you have organizations like that operating in your community, right, they are driving down the road when you're driving down the road. They're using the resources that you know, you would otherwise use. You know, they tie up a lot of resources that the community, you know, should have at their disposal, right, be it federal, state, or local. And, you know, it's unnerving to know that there are organizations like that out there now, many which I would love to tell you about at this moment, but hopefully come back and we'll talk about it at a future date, because I am certain we're going to take them off the board. And if the community knew, you know, what was, you know, out there, you know, it would be surprising, but we're excited to take them.
Although we're talking about a lot of drugs today,
Sure.
The task force isn't just focused on just drugs. It's human trafficking, it's even money laundering, all of that kind of stuff.
Correct, and it's got a particular emphasis. That's correct, and it's got a particular emphasis on crimes involving children, right? That is a very significant part of the Homeland Security Task Force. The president, when he established this executive order, put that in there, and his team had that inserted, that language, into the HSTF executive order. And, you know, there's no higher calling for any law enforcement officer, teacher, social worker, human trafficking advocate, you name it, right? Like, there is no higher calling.
When it comes to drug trafficking, you know, we hear drugs, money, guns. That's kind of the usual trio. When
the big three.
Yeah, the big
three.
For you, when you talk about the big three, what does that mean here in Tampa Bay?
Well, for us in Tampa Bay, like we live in the community, right? So it's important for the public to understand fentanyl right now is a leading cause of deaths in America. Since 2021, there have been over 250,000 fentanyl deaths in the United States. So that averages to about 50,000 deaths a year, every year, right? And that's important for us because we recognize that we have to put our resources together in order to combat these illicit threats that are coming, not only here in the U.S., but also from abroad. Right, so the way it gets into our country is through a variety of means, right? It can come through our port of entries at the southwest border. It's primarily manufactured in Mexico, though, so a lot of these precursor chemicals will be shipped into Mexico. It's produced abroad, and then it's brought across our southwest border and then distributed into our communities in the United States.
And I think with this case in particular, is that some of what you saw? Because I think 5 of the 6 suspects are from the Tampa area.
Correct. That's exactly what we saw. It's actually 6 defendants that were indicted that are alleged to have conspired with each other to distribute fentanyl in our communities. What's interesting about that investigation is that one of the defendants is actually in federal custody while this was occurring.
I saw that. Can you kind of, you know, to the extent that you can you explain just how clearly deep and well connected this network seemed to be?
Yeah, this network was extremely connected, so much so that they had an actual inmate who was already serving time for a similar offense in prison, talking with other defendants to coordinate the distribution of this poison in our communities.
Is that common?
I have not seen that in any of my investigations since I've been here, but it's definitely alarming for us.
So pretty, again, well connected, and they communicate a lot. This isn't just one person, you know, selling marijuana to the people that they know.
Correct. This is a well-organized network of individuals that operate in our community and that are in communication with each other to not only acquire new product, but then work with each other to distribute this in our communities.
And I know you can't tell me every single detail about this case that you know, but to the extent that you can, how did you guys first get your hands on this case, and what was this case all about?
We were brought information by our partners at the Tampa Police Department concerning certain individuals. We then worked as a group, right? We worked very, very closely with our other state, local, and federal partners, mainly, like I said, the Tampa Police Department, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and all the surrounding sheriffs, right? Polk County, Pasco County, Pinellas County, they're all fantastic partners. So we were brought specific information that we then dove into and collaborated together to expand this network and identify these individuals.
What exactly were these people doing, and right on the ground here in Tampa, right?
These individuals were allegedly, as stated in the indictment, distributing fentanyl in our communities. Again, this poison that has killed so many people in our country, and that is really an epidemic.
How dangerous is this? And, I think it's easy for a lot of people to say, well, I'm not trying to buy fentanyl. It's not a me problem. Right. How many people were they reaching here?
A lot. It's extremely dangerous. So you can, anyone can just go on YouTube or Google and, you can look up fentanyl exposure, and you'll have like police officers, right, that are making traffic stops, that are searching vehicles, and they'll come in contact with a substance that, unbeknownst to them, is fentanyl, and you'll see them OD right there on the scene. So it's extremely dangerous, and the worst part about it is even just a small, minuscule amount can be so deadly.
HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, talking about the work of this new Homeland Security Task Force in Florida and the work they're doing, what they're focusing on. We're getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour. Welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live and continue our live streaming news coverage. Keep it right here.
We welcome our viewers across the United States joining us on Fox Sports. This is Trump National Golf Club, D.C., and we are approaching the halfway stage in the second round of Marden Live Golf, Virginia. The state of play so far, Lucas Herbert dealing with the blustery conditions very well indeed. 9 under par. He maintains a 2-stroke lead that he held overnight after an excellent 64 yesterday. Sergio in solo second, just ahead of Sebastian Munoz. In the team contest, well, Ripper GC, the Aussies, held a 4-shot advantage.
A little bit as well. We're also following up on the release of new declassified UFO files released by the federal government today, talking with the Florida Mutual UFO Network about their takeaways from those files and what they want people to know. But we begin today with the future of the swans at Lake Eola in Orlando. Give you a live look right now in Lake Eola. We've seen some birds out and about throughout the day, but the big news that we're following up on is that the city announcing plans to pause the Lake Eola Swan program. Joining us live now via Zoom to talk about this is Fox 35's Matt Trezza, who joins us live now via Zoom. Matt, what's the latest here? Talk to us about this decision and what we know.
We are headed to downtown Orlando, where Orlando City Commissioner Patty Sheehan is set to host a news conference at 3 o'clock today to talk about the city suspending the swan program for Lake Eola Park. Lake Eola is famously, certainly in Central Florida, probably statewide famous for its swans. It's got dozens of them, several different species of them as well, that all live year-round in the park. Their wings are clipped, so they can't fly away. The city takes care of them with food and medical checkups regularly. If they get sick, they care for them. And so they really are a kind of the mascot of the city of Orlando. Now, Lake Eola Park is set to undergo a renovation that is going to be in the tens of millions of dollars. Hopefully, my video looks a little frozen there, but hopefully you can still hear me. Undergo renovation to the tune of, again, tens of millions of dollars. And while that's happening, they don't want this to be disruptive to the swans. Birds, like everybody else, susceptible to stress and anxiety and all the other things that have an effect on their psyches, so to speak, on their health, on their mental health, so to speak, even. You know, if there's a lot of noise, a lot of construction, if you are very used to your home environment, suddenly that gets turned upside down, turned on its head because of all the construction that's going around, really has the possibility to impact these birds. So they're going to be removing them, all the birds that are registered as being owned by the city and cared for by the city, removing them from the park, moving them, rehoming them to a different location while this construction is going on. One of the questions I have, and it's not clear from the information the city has released so far, is whether the swans are going to be returning to the park after the construction is done. So during the news conference, I'm looking forward to getting some details on that. We also had some of our great Fox 35 team in the park asking visitors what they think about this. Take a listen.
I love it. I'm actually from Norway, and I feel like these birds are on some steroids or something. So I never seen so many different birds actually. And the swans are kind of like my size, which was like, it's not normal. Yeah.
Definitely. And so how do you feel now hearing that they're going to be relocated for the construction?
I mean, I'm going to miss them a little bit, but if that's better for them, yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah, and how do you feel hearing that the city cares about the birds enough to relocate them?
I love that. We got to take care of they're like kind of humans in a sense. Yeah, I like that.
A lot of nice healthy swans out here. I've never seen this many in one spot at one time. So yeah, I like it.
So how does it feel hearing that they might be taken away for a little while here with the construction?
That I have no idea, really no opinion as of yet, being my first time out here. I just hope they do the right thing by the swans. Yes, hopefully they bring it back and I'll be back to come and see the finished product or what they do.
And along with the construction that's going on, it's also important to note that the bird population at Lake Eola Park, the swans, have been hit pretty hard by cases of bird flu as well. There have lost several swans to that. There are some local activists that we've been in touch with who say they're very happy about this. They're part of the swan docent program at Lake Eola Park. They were caring for these birds as well. And they said that a lot of the birds, in their opinion, had been suffering. They're glad to see that this change is being made. And they say that they hope that the birds can get the proper care that they need while this construction is going on. Again, looking forward to talking with city leaders about whether and under what circumstances the birds are going to be returning to the park when the construction's done. Garrett?
Yeah, Matt, we look forward to hearing your interview as well coming up in just a little bit. You know, like you said, this is something that when you think of Lake Eola, you think of the swans. And so I think, it is going to be an adjustment, I think, for everybody.
Yes. However, the news release also stated that this doesn't mean the literal end of swans in Lake Eola Park. It is a very large park with a large body of water in the center of an otherwise urban environment. There are lots of waterfowl and other birds and wildlife in general that frequent the park. So they said it is entirely possible that other swans that are not part of the swan program, which is to say other just wild swans, may fly in and, you know, make their home there for however long they feel like. So there's the opportunity then to continue seeing swans at the park. They'll just be the wild kind that are not part of the city's program.
Yeah, that's certainly a good point there. Fox 35's Matt Trezza, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
For sure.
And as we go to break here, let me give you another live look at Lake Eola on this Friday afternoon. We still have much more to come over the next little bit here on Florida Live. Let me also give you a live look right now in Miami. This is Bayfront Park downtown. We are expecting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis in the next couple of hours. 3:45. He's scheduled to hold a news conference at the Bay of Pigs Museum and Library in Little Havana. So that is scheduled for 3:45. We will have that live streaming for you on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. So much more to come in South Florida later today. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Continuing to track a number of stories this afternoon all across our area. We are still on a verdict watch as well in the Julio Fulio trial. We're going to be talking about that coming up in just a little bit. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. For that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, it looks like a years-long dispute between two neighbors over a guest house as well as some pickleball courts may finally be coming to an end. That's because a Tampa businessman who is at the heart of all of this has agreed to comply with a judge's order to demolish the structures at his Beach Park home. Now, the decision from Michael Martin comes after an appellate court denied his latest legal challenge. The case all began when the Martins' neighbors, the Babbitts, sued over the project. Now, while the city of Tampa originally approved the building permits, a judge later ruled that the guest house, pool, and pickleball court violated city code and Florida law. Martin was ordered to tear everything down and restore the land to a non-buildable condition. He has spent several days in jail after being found in contempt of court for refusing to start that demolition. Now, Martin's attorney, Sam Heller, says his client will now comply with the ruling, but calls the situation a high price for Martin and his family to pay. Heller says they will now focus on getting Martin released from jail. An attorney for the Babbitt family says they are cautiously optimistic, noting that Martin has been aware that the structures were illegal since 2021. Now, under the current court order, Martin will not be released from jail until an initial deposit for the demolition expenses is paid. As of right now, it is unclear if he has been released from jail yet. But Garrett, this is a situation that we've been talking about here on Florida Live for quite a while now, and it continues to be one of our most clicked on stories on our website. Every little update to this is garnering a lot of attention, and one of the things having Martin tear down those structures is estimated to cost him about $800,000.
Wow, costly. And one of those things that, like you said, I'm not surprised it's getting a lot of attention, something that really gets a reaction, I think, from folks when you hear all the details of this.
Yeah, it definitely gets a reaction because Martin, he did go through the permitting process with the city, and he was approved to build that guest house and to build that pickleball court. But again, once his neighbors complained, they went back and they looked and they said, oh, you know what, this is actually non-buildable. You're not allowed to build anything on this particular property. So he was ordered to take down those structures. And again, his neighbors say that he has known that this was technically illegal since 2021. Here it is 2026, and he has spent the past couple of days in jail for refusing to comply with the judge's order saying that he needs to tear down those structures. We did learn last night, that he has agreed to tear down those structures, but again, that judge's order says he must remain in jail until at least that initial down payment to have those structures demolished is paid.
Wow. Also, next in our Tampa Connection, I know we've got an update on this investigation and the case of these two USF grad students who were murdered.
Yeah, Hillsborough grand jury has indicted Hisham Abu Garbi for the murders of those two University of South Florida doctoral students. He now faces a total of 7 counts, including 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of Nahida Bristi and Zamil Limon. Both of them were first reported missing on April 17th. Limon's body was discovered on the Howard Franklin Bridge, and Bristi's remains were found in the water a few days later. Now, following the indictment, the state attorney's office filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty. State Attorney Susie Lopez says this case has shaken the community and devastated the victims' families back home in Bangladesh. She says that their families sent both of them across the world to pursue their education at the University of South Florida. Abu Garbi remains in jail without bond, and he is scheduled for arraignment on May 18th. And meanwhile, the USF community is preparing to honor both of those victims. Both Nahida and Zamil will receive their doctoral degrees posthumously. Now, during their graduation ceremony, 2 empty chairs will be placed to represent both the students. The University of South Florida is holding graduation ceremonies this weekend. Garrett?
It is such a sad story for so many reasons, has been sad from the very beginning. And, just heartbreaking for the families, for all those who knew them. Nice to see them being honored in so many ways, but still just a heartbreaking case.
Yeah, it is absolutely heartbreaking because, again, both of them, Zamil and Nahida, they were both from Bangladesh. And again, their families sent them across the world to pursue their education. Both of them were working to get PhDs at the University of South Florida. And so this tragedy, I mean, it is just absolutely heartbreaking to know the fate that both of them met. And again, the suspect, Abu Garbi, he was the roommate of Zamil. And as of right now, we have not learned of any motive for either one of these killings.
All right, and finally, in our Tampa connection here, Nancy, we've got a really interesting story about a former Jefferson High School football standout.
Yes, this would be 38-year-old Steven Garcia. He was a standout football player at Jefferson High School, and he also was the quarterback for South Carolina, and he is now facing the most difficult opponent of his career. He is battling stage 4 colorectal cancer. Now, the father of 3 says he first noticed abdominal pain and irregular bowel movements last summer, but like many young people, he simply brushed them off as something minor like irritable bowel syndrome. And it wasn't until his wife Masha insisted on getting an ultrasound. That's when doctors discovered he had a 13-centimeter tumor. Medical experts say the cancer had likely been in his system for about 3 to 7 years. And doctors at Moffitt Cancer Center say Garcia's case reflects an alarming trend. About 20% of their gastrointestinal cancer patients are now under the age of 50. And while diet and processed sugars are likely factors, experts note that these cancers often develop from habits formed decades ago. And while general guidelines suggest starting colonoscopies at age 45, doctors say that only applies to people without symptoms. They warn that young adults often mistake warning signs for stress or hemorrhoids, which delays life-saving treatment. Garcia is now undergoing an aggressive chemotherapy regimen to shrink the tumor before surgery. He says he recently received a call of support from his former coach, that would be Coach Steve Spurrier, who promised him a celebratory beer once this fight with cancer is over. Garcia's message to others is simple: put your pride aside and get screened. He says a colonoscopy is uncomfortable, but it is one thing that could save your life. Garrett?
Yeah, an important message, and I tell you what, I think everyone is looking forward to him having that celebratory beer with Steve Spurrier.
Yes, definitely. It's something to look forward to, and definitely gives him motivation, to keep on fighting.
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa connection.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me now. And TJ, we are getting ready for a hot weekend.
We are. I don't want to have a celebratory beer in honor of the hot weekend that we're going to have, Garrett.
Yeah, and you know what? It's going to be hot.
Yeah.
But it's still not going to be as hot as it was yesterday.
No, yesterday, gosh, it was brutal. Yeah, temperatures just soared yesterday afternoon.
Yeah. So what are we seeing out there today? Some chances of rain and storms too, though?
We still have those. Yeah, we're watching this front to our north, so that is going to bring the potential for some showers and thunderstorms. We can see a couple of these starting to develop north of the Orlando metro. And we're going to kind of see these work from the northwest to southeast. This front really isn't going to make its way in, but some of the moisture with the wind upstairs in the atmosphere will kind of usher them our way, and we can see some of these just to the north of Ocala, and we can see some more with storm tracker radar getting closer to Flagler County. So we'll be watching those. There's the front as we kind of widen the scope here just a bit, more moisture off to our north and west, and eventually we are going to get a front through here, but we're going to have to get through the weekend with at least some minor rain chances before we do so. So that's going to be our headline. And some of these could pack a little bit of a punch. We do have a low-end risk of severe weather, a marginal risk, or level 1 out of 5, including our far northern and eastern neighborhoods, getting down to just about Orlando for the potential of some gusty wind and some hail. Thankfully, that tornadic threat is really low, but we'll be watching these storms, especially as that sea breeze tries to come in, if any of these would interact with that for the potential for some stronger storms. We're in the 90s, so we have the instability, we have some fuel for those storms. Temps right around 92 in Bushnell, 89 in Sanford, a little cooler near the coastline, 82 in Palm Coast, and 81 now in Cocoa Beach. But when you factor in the dew points that are in the upper 60s and low 70s, this is the humidity we're talking about now. It feels like more really like the upper 90s, and that includes Bithlo, that includes Claremont, the Villages. So if you're getting outside, make sure you're trying not to overexert yourself. All thanks to this area of high pressure. This ridge, though, finally does break down. You can kind of see that storm system off to the north working eastbound, so that ridge does relax, and in turn, our temperatures relax a little bit too as we progress through the remainder of our weekend into early next week. We can see those showers and thunderstorms through the rest of the day into our Saturday, but the front really doesn't get in. We may see a couple showers or a storm tomorrow. Same story Sunday afternoon and evening, but it's looking like Monday, Garrett, that's going to be the day where we have the potential for more widespread showers and thunderstorms. The cold front comes in, and that's going to finally bring our temps back down closer to normal. But even this weekend, we're still going to have temps running close to 10 degrees above average Saturday and again on Sunday.
Wow. Here is summertime.
It came like just a flash.
Yep. And now here we are, because it's unlikely, even though temperatures will drop a little bit, we're kind of going to be in the warmer summer pattern now.
We are. It feels like that's going to be kind of the trend, and I'd be shocked to see, I know I said this earlier this past week, I'll be shocked to see too many more cool downs coming down the pike as we start to get closer to the mid-month and late month, as we hopefully start to see the rainy pattern eventually start to develop. I feel like we're starting to see some ingredients, but we need a little more moisture in the atmosphere as a whole to finally get to that rainy season.
Yeah, and because when we're seeing these warmer temperatures without that humidity, and we're already in the drought, that can be a recipe for more fires too.
Exactly, and we've had that fire danger. It feels like every day where we really don't have rain and temperatures are this warm, if just the slightest breeze develops, I feel like any fire, if one were to spark, could still grow out of control pretty quickly.
All right, well, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks,
here
Garrett.
on our Florida Live forecast. You heading out to the parks this weekend?
So I think maybe Sunday we might try to get out. But I was going to ask you, probably some pool days ahead.
I'm going to Rockville tomorrow.
That's right, you did tell me that.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm gonna wish I were at the pool probably, because it's gonna be hot.
Now you guys are going just Saturday,
We're
right?
going just Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hope you have so much fun. I can't wait to hear about it.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I've got a cooling towel packed. I've got an empty water bottle to take, so we're prepared.
The heat didn't stop anybody yesterday.
No, it didn't.
I was like, hey, people are ready to rock out no matter how hot Mother Nature brings the temps to Florida.
That's right. That's how you got to do it. DJ, thanks. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live. This camera, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are getting our first look at some of the new UFO files that have been released and declassified, posted online today as part of the a step that the Trump administration has been talking about for a little bit. But experts say they're a little underwhelmed by what is in this initial release. Some things that have already been available for years, and some things that just don't show quite as much as they were hoping for. But I had the chance earlier to speak today with a couple of experts from here in Florida. The leadership of the Florida Mutual UFO Network, who joined me on Fox 35 News Plus earlier today to give their reaction to what we are learning from this first batch of files, what they hope to learn from future releases, and also interesting to note why they say there are so many reported UFO sightings here in Florida.
Well, first of all, I think it's really exciting that these things are all coming out finally. I got to tell you, they're a little underwhelming, the first batch that has come out. It's kind of along the lines of what Arrow, that's the Pentagon's office for Arrow stands for the All Domain Anomalous Resolution Office, Anomaly Resolution Office, and so it's kind of the same thing that they've released in the past. So, like I said, it's a little underwhelming. However, Anna Polina Luna, she is one of the members of the House Oversight Committee. On March 31st, she wrote a letter to the Pentagon to Secretary Hegseth requesting specifically 46 videos that she wanted to release to the public. She gave the Pentagon an April 14th deadline for those. These are like high resolution videos. None of them, to my knowledge, have been released this morning. So we're hoping for a second drop that includes all of those. So hopefully that will happen. But I think it's exciting to see that the ball is finally starting to move forward.
I think that it's exciting too for the general public who doesn't usually watch for this stuff. It's exciting for them, but as a field investigator for MUFON, we see videos like this all the time, and we see a lot of videos that are better than this. So with Matt saying that we're underwhelmed, unfortunately I am, but I'm also happy and excited about it. And I think there's more to come. I'll be very happy when Trump stands up there and says what we all want to hear, disclosure. Who's visiting us? What are they? Maybe they don't know everything, but I just feel like the world needs to know. And I think we're all ready for it. I'm not afraid to hear about it. So please, somebody tell us something.
Yeah, for a question for either one of you or both of you, why do you think it's so important that these documents be released, that we continue to get some of this more information coming out?
Well, I mean, I think that this is something that's been kept secret for 80 years. And, it's information that everybody on this planet has a right to know about. Back in 2023, David Grush testified before the House Oversight Committee. He's a former intelligence officer. And he talked about recovered craft and reverse engineering programs, these special access programs that the government is involved with. He talked about non-human craft and non-human biologics that were recovered. And that's, aside from the, national security issue, just the confirmation of those two things from the government is especially important. It's information that every person on this planet has the right to know.
I agree with you. I feel like everybody should know about this. And especially for Matt and I, we're both very passionate about this subject. We've had our own sightings, and that's what brought us on the path to that. So him and I honestly don't really need disclosure because we already know. But the rest of the world, they need it. So let's move on and let's hear it.
Why do you think for so many years, these documents and others that we will see in future releases, why do you think they have been kept secret for so long?
Go ahead, Rusty.
Okay, I feel like one of the big reasons is because the reverse engineering of these crafts in the crash retrieval program that we have. I feel like they want to keep that very quiet because of our adversaries. They don't want them to know that we have any new technology. Also, with Roswell, like one of the original crashes that went haywire over everything, I feel like they didn't want anybody to know this, and that was the beginning of big lies and deception and disinformation. I just think that that's why.
Well, the other thing, this reverse engineering program has no doubtedly gleaned a lot of technology, especially with anti-gravitics and that kind of technology. And so, the world economy runs on petroleum. And if overnight that need goes away, then, the world economy will be greatly affected. So it's not just national security, but, there's also that aspect of it too.
What you both said that you were kind of underwhelmed by this first batch of documents, things that don't really point to a whole lot of new information. What do you hope to learn in some of these future releases? What would you hope to see in some of these upcoming kind of document dump?
Well, I mean, I definitely would like to see some kind of confirmation that these things, exist. They're real. They're not foreign adversaries. They're not, U.S. technology. In some cases, maybe they are U.S. technology that have been reverse engineered. But I think just the confirmation that there's a non-human intelligence that's interacting with us on this planet. That's the biggest thing. The videos are kind of a subset of that, but the big picture is, we need to know the rest of the story, and this is really just the tip of the iceberg and the beginning of hopefully a full disclosure process.
What I'd like to say about that as well is I want them to take care of our whistleblowers. For them to be leaking out personal HIPAA information on David Grush and these terrible things that they say about whistleblowers and trying to take away their pensions, and they're physically deteriorating because of this. They need to take care of those people. This is not fair to them and their families.
What would it mean to both of you to get that confirmation from the government, from files at some point, that these are real, that there is life out there?
Well, I think it would make a lot of UFO research and a lot of people in the public very happy. I mean, we've been trying to to do this for years, decades, in fact. So just the confirmation, just that's the starting point to move forward. I'm hopeful with the release of these videos that's our starting point, but there is much more to come.
I'm hoping what comes out of this as well, it's something minor, but all my friends and family that say that I'm crazy and that I'm obsessed with it, and people that are friends of mine, I'm just sick and tired of them thinking I'm nuts. And that'll be nice. It's small, but that would be nice to have all that go away. Even for my friends on MUFON, they have to go through it all the time too. People think we're all nuts.
Some personal vindication there for the work. Talk to us about your work with MUFON, what y'all do, what you want people to know about your organization.
Sure. So MUFON stands for the Mutual UFO Network. It was established in 1969 after the Air Force's Project Blue Book shut down, and it kind of continued with that. It's an all-civilian organization. We're a nonprofit. We're the world's oldest and largest scientific UFO research organization. For Florida, we have about 20 field investigators, including Rusty and myself. We investigate about 300 sighting reports per year, and about 7% of those are classified as unknown. So a very small percentage of those cases are found to be anomalous. Most of the times they're prosaic explanations. We live in Florida, there's rocket launches all the time. I'm sure your viewers have seen the space jellyfish, for those pre-dawn launches. They're really, really exciting. They're there are a lot of prosaic explanations for most of the cases that we get.
But you do get quite a few reports, it sounds like, from folks across Florida who see things.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Florida's number one, and we kind of go back and forth between California and Texas. I'm sure it has a little bit to do with our weather down here because up north in the wintertime, a lot of people aren't outside. But being that we're surrounded by water, there's a lot of UFO reports and USO reports, unidentified submerged objects as well. So that's on our side too by getting a lot of the reports. They have gone down in the last year or so because there's so many new UFO reporting agencies, but lately we're on the upswing again. So that's pretty good.
What does that tell you, that you are getting so many reports, that people are watching for things like this and seeing things?
Well, definitely the stigma is declining significantly. I guess December 2017, when the New York Times published their article written by Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal, it kind of blew the lid off of everything. And then we found out that the government has been involved with investigating and recovering these things for decades. So that was really the start of it all, with all the congressional hearings. It's just really ramped up. So I don't think this is the pinnacle. This is, like I said, this is just the beginning.
What's the bottom line here? What do you want people to know?
We're being visited by something, and we want to know what it is.
Leaders of Florida MUFON joining me earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Here's a live look right now inside a courtroom in Hillsborough County. We are still on verdict watch in the Julio Fulio murder trial, a trial more than a week and a half. And we are actually seeing a little bit of movement in there. We'll keep an eye on that, and we'll let you know as things pop up in that. But joining us live now to talk about this trial and break it down for us, we have A.V. Perez, legal analyst and a content creator, A.V. to the seventh power on YouTube. A.V., always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely. Happy to be here. And it looks like we might be heading towards some closure when it comes to this case and getting justice for rapper Julio Fulio.
It's been a long journey. You know, we know this shooting was something that happened back in 2024. There's been a lot of twists and turns along the way as well. And now a week and a half of testimony. So what kind of stands out to you of what you heard in this trial?
Yes. So we had about 11 days of trial altogether. Jury selection, I think that was the last time, Garrett, you and I had spoken about this, but jury selection took about 2 weeks. It needed to be meticulous. But throughout the trial testimony, what's so unique here is you have 4 defendants being tried at the same time. You know, a lot of times people do not prefer to go in with co-defendants because they do want to sever and do their own thing. However, in this case, you have 4 defendants, and they're, 3 of which were 3 shooters, are looking at the death penalty, high stakes case. And, if you're looking at the Tampa area as well, one thing that they brought up in closing arguments was just the dangerousness of this shooting, right? It happened in a hotel. There were also some individuals that were staying at that hotel, families that were staying at that hotel and had bullets going through their walls, and they're ducking for cover. So it was a pretty dangerous situation, and there are a lot of high stakes here.
I want to get into the aspect of the fact that there were 4 defendants on trial. I would imagine that's quite a bit for a jury to be considering and having to sift through, hearing, all the evidence of this trial, hearing the closing arguments from, each of the attorneys. That's a lot to have to consider, the role that each one played or did not play.
Correct. 100%. And that's what the jury is being tasked with. Right now, they've been in deliberation since 10:25 a.m. So we're hoping to see if we get a verdict back today. It is likely that it could go into tomorrow. The judge, told the jury members that they should pack an overnight bag just in case, if they get to a point tonight where they cannot make a decision, that this deliberation can go into tomorrow. But it's 4 different defendants, culpability for 4 different people, but also, to your point, 4 different personalities when it comes to attorneys. So that's been one of the tough parts about this trial. 36 witnesses that the state put on the stand, some of which were lengthier than others. But the unique thing is that you get 4 cross-examinations. So you have direct examination from the state. The state puts on its side of the case, but you also get 4 cross-examinations from 4 different attorneys with different angles and strategies for what they're doing for their client. So, for example, you have Isaiah Chance, who is, looked at as someone that has more to do with the principal theory. Was he the mastermind behind the whole thing? You have the cousins, Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy, which we did see something happen in the courtroom yesterday, but these 2 are related. But then you have different interests where maybe one's defense is, I was not there at this specific time, and the other is saying, I was there at this specific time. But then you have evidence with ring footage and things of the like, where those stories, now it's almost every defense for themselves, or every client's defense for themselves. And then you have Sean Gathright, which, a lot of this ammunition, a lot of evidence is kind of stacking up against him. We've been polling my audience every day during the trial, and 60% of the folks think that his criminal culpability is that high compared to the other 4 the other 3 defendants.
It's really going to be interesting, I think, to see, what ends up happening to each of them for those very reasons that you point out. Yeah. Now let's talk about the Murphy cousins here, because talk a little bit about that interesting moment yesterday evening, I guess it was, where there seemed to be some sort of back and forth between them.
Yeah. So, throughout the trial, everyone has kind of been focused on their individual defense. There was some sort of, and this is right after closing arguments, we went through hours of closing arguments. The state had completed their closing arguments closer towards, I would say, midday. And then we went through all 4 defendants' closing arguments. Towards the end of the day, there was some sort of courtroom outburst. And this was after the jury had left the room. The judge was kind of speaking about what the next few days would look like, and scheduling, and just, other matters that needed to be discussed. as she was in the middle of, reading what she was about to say, we did hear some ruffling of the other microphones, and it seemed that Davion Murphy was standing up at that moment and saying something, and he had to be removed from the courtroom. Rashad Murphy, who is his cousin, was sitting next to him, and his defense table was there. But we did hear him say, "I will pray for you. I will pray for you." Rashad Murphy also notably had been reading a Bible during the state's rebuttal. So that was happening a few minutes before, and he seemed a little bit tuned out as far as what was happening in that moment. So it's unclear exactly what exactly was said, but this morning during jury instructions, we noticed that their tables had changed. So throughout the entire trial, it has been Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, Sean Gathright, Isaiah Chance, but the table positions did move this morning, where Sean Gathright and Davion Murphy's positions changed, and they did move them. So whatever took place yesterday seemed to have caused some position changes in the courtroom.
That's an interesting observation there. Now, throughout the trial, we heard a lot about what prosecutors have tried to paint as a gang war, a feud between these rival gangs. How important is that to the prosecution's case here?
Yeah, it's really important because they needed to show a coordinated effort, the planning, right? 3 of these defendants are looking at the death penalty in the state of Florida, which is super high, right? And so when you're looking at that, number one, you have to look at the degrees of murder. Murder in the first degree is the first way that we look at this, right? So if we're thinking about the intent, the premeditation, the deliberation, the planning, these individuals are said by the state, at least, to have come from Jacksonville all the way down to Tampa, which is a several-hour drive, to coordinate and plan this murder. But the big part, and the state did pretty well with this, is to show the stalking element, meaning that, these individuals were watching Julio Fulio's movements, where he was going and where he was coming from. So going to his Instagram page where he's down there to celebrate his birthday, he is sharing a location of where he is. But what was interesting as far as evidence is you also did see one of the defendants notably go through his phone to locate where he was. And not only just the posted clubs where he was scheduled to perform and to be paid for that performance, but also meaning if he had a pool party and he's asking people to come, one of the defendants was notably going through his phone to see if he could locate the location of that Airbnb where the pool was, to the point where he was looking at Zillow listings to find the address. That evidence was pretty staggering, and that's something that we did not see in the Alicia Andrews case.
The jury instructions, I know you were tuned in for that as well. Did anything stand out to you that the judge told the jury to consider in their deliberations?
Yeah, so jury instructions were pretty standard for, criminal murder cases. So she did go through, the differences with the options that the jury has. And, the judges have to take time with this. They have to explain what murder 1 is, what murder 2 is, what manslaughter is, going through the culpability of each of these individuals. But some of them have the principal element connected to it, and others have other things connected. So for an example, the gang enhancement. Not all 4 defendants have the gang enhancement attached to their verdict form. So the judge had to take her time to walk through that and give these definitions, because this form is what the jury is going to use as they're deliberating. They do need to check that off and sign and have a 4-person, come up with their decision, but they have so much evidence to go through for a 2.5, almost 3-week trial. Lots of evidence coming from, different law enforcement agents, different forensic reports, but also the big thing in this case is digital forensics. So they have lots of reports to go through when it comes to that.
Last thing here, AV, and I want to ask about the judge and what you thought of her conduct in presiding over this trial, especially given the fact that we know the complaints from the Alicia Andrews trial, And the
Yes.
fact that this same judge is not even going to be presiding over Andrew's sentencing because of that. So I want to get your take on what we saw from Judge Michelle Cisco over the course of this last week and a half.
Yes, I mean, watching both trials, I can definitely see that there was a difference in demeanor, much more calm, much more measured, much more balanced compared to some of the ways we've seen things go down in the original trial with Alicia Andrews. In fact, Alicia Andrews does have a scheduled hearing. I believe it's on Monday. They did talk about that yesterday in court. So we will see what happens there because the sentencing has not been set yet. There are motions for a new trial and other outstanding motions that could be impacted, but that is also in the fold as well. However, Judge Cisco, I will say that she was much more calm this go round, especially with a trial that's arguably bigger, with more on the line, with death penalty options on the line. She has been much more measured, much more patient, and much more clear in her delivery with things. So I have seen a difference there.
Really interesting. Last thing, AV, just anything else that stood out to you before I let you go that you want folks to know about?
Yeah, it's a very serious case here. And on one hand, you have an individual who lost their life, but at the same time, you also have 4 other lives in the balance as well. So the jury does have a tall order here. If they are going to deliver guilty verdicts and look at each person's culpability, it's a very serious thing, and it's not something we see in every single state. Very unique in Florida, and we will see what comes from it.
AV Perez, legal analyst, content creator on AV to the 7th Power on YouTube. We always appreciate your analysis. Thanks so much for joining us here on Florida Live.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Garrett, for having me back.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Want to give you an update here from President Donald Trump. This coming in just a few minutes ago on Truth Social. The president saying, "I'm pleased to announce that there will be a 3-day ceasefire, May 9th, 10th, and 11th, in the war between Russia and Ukraine." So that's Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. 3-day ceasefire in the Russia-Ukraine war. The president going on to say in his post, The celebration in Russia is for Victory Day, but likewise in Ukraine because they were also a big part and factor of World War II. This ceasefire will include a suspension of all kinetic activity and also a prison swap of 1,000 prisoners from each country. This request was made directly by me, and I very much appreciate its agreement by President Vladimir Putin and President Volodymyr Zelensky. Hopefully, it is the beginning of the end of a very long, deadly, and hard-fought war. Talks are continuing on ending this major conflict, the biggest since World War II, and we are getting closer and closer every day. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That post on Truth Social signed President Donald J. Trump. So a 3-day ceasefire in the war between Russia and Ukraine. Meanwhile, President Trump says the ceasefire in Iran continues to hold despite the U.S. Striking some additional sites in Iran. That was happened overnight, and continuing to monitor all of that in the conflict in the Middle East. But updates from the president on Truth Social just in the last little bit about that. We'll be continuing to watch for updates in the Middle East as well. Well, we are just about out of time here on Florida Live. We appreciate you joining us on this Friday afternoon. I want to let you know that at 3 o'clock we are awaiting, and let me give you a live look right now, where we expect to hear from Orlando City Commissioner Patty Sheehan, who is going to speak inside the City Hall Rotunda about the situation with the Lake Eola swans and the decision that was just announced a little bit ago to pause the swan program. We talked about that with Fox 35's Matt Frezza, and we are going to hear more from the city, from a city commissioner, talking about that decision, hoping to find out a couple of things, including whether the swans will return once the construction is completed. So still some outstanding questions right now that we're hoping to have answered in the next few minutes. So again, we will bring this news conference to you live on Fox 35 News Plus coming up in just a minute if you are watching us here on Fox Local Orlando. Also want to remind you while we are at it here and before we let you go, we're expecting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in Miami around 3:45. Don't know what the topic is. He will likely be signing a bill, though, and we will bring you that news conference live on Fox 35 Orlando's YouTube page, so you'll be able to watch that as well. So still much more to come, even though we're out of time here on Florida Live. Keep it on our digital platforms for more live streaming news coverage. Thanks for joining us, and we will be right back after this. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Here's Orlando City Commissioner Patty Sheehan talking about the decision of the city to pause the Lake Eola Swan program. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Over 15 years, this is a program that I helped implement to take care of them. And, you know, this is an icon of our city, and it's very, very sad to have to see them be relocated. But this is all, again, due to the avian flu. I know there's been lots of things bandied about water quality, about this, about that. This is a direct result of the avian flu. We have been working with the state officials, Fish and Game, Wildlife Commission, ever since this happened. And I'm sorry. Can you all keep it down over there, please? That's okay. let me start again. We've been working with Fish and Wildlife and all the state agencies since this happened back in December. And the reason we're taking action now is because they had to wait 90 days after the last death before they would even send officials in. We're actually having a hard time finding a new veterinarian because nobody wants to handle birds because of the avian flu. Nobody wants them brought into their practice. It's just a very difficult situation for us to be in. So in order to provide the care that we always have and to provide the superior care, we've made the decision to pause the program, especially while we're doing the construction at Lake Eola Park, and we can see if maybe we can do some additional things to keep them safer. I mean, if we do decide to bring the program back, we will need to have a place to put cygnets, so they're not, they're not attacked by predators. We'll need to have better pens to put them in for medical purposes. We would need to, and I'm really hoping at the end of the day, this is my biggest hope, is that because this is affecting fryers, which are chickens, it's affecting laying houses, all of that. It's my hope that they will eventually have a cure for the avian flu virus, and then that we will be able to inoculate our birds against it, and then that we will be able to have a healthier flock. So it's always heartbreaking to have a situation like this when a novel virus comes into play. We all remember what happened with COVID when we couldn't even be around each other. That's the same kind of situation that's happening here. And out of an abundance of caution, working with the Family Parks and Recreation Department, has worked with all the state agencies in order to come up with the best practices. And right now, the best thing to do is to relocate them. We're making sure we're getting to approved locations, whether it's the farms that we've purchased them from or other, zoos or things like that. But we're making sure we're relocating them with the emphasis right now. And I know this is the part that's really going to break people's hearts. The emphasis right now is getting the cygnets and the families out of there. So I know that's the part that people really enjoy, is coming to the park and seeing the cygnets. Unfortunately, we have to relocate them first because after the inspection, we were told that that's not a safe environment for the cygnets, and we need to get them relocated. So again, it's a very heartbreaking day for me. This has been a terrible 24 hours. I was just briefed on this 24 hours ago by our Family Parks and Recreation staff. And Mayor Dyer was notified earlier in the week. And we've both come to the agonizing decision that right now the best thing to do for the birds, even though we've had them for 100 years, we've never had a novel virus come in and affect them to this degree. So that's why we're making the very difficult decision. It's not one we arrived at lightly by any means. It's not one that makes me happy. I wish there was some way we could keep them, because I know how much people really enjoy coming to the park and seeing the Lake Eola swans. But at this point in time, we just really don't have any other choice. But again, this has nothing to do with any of the other accusations that were bandied about. Has nothing to do with that. This is strictly from a health perspective and working with our partners at the state and federal agencies. And I know y'all probably have a lot of questions for me, so. The flock right now is 44. I can't remember the exact number of the amount of birds that we've lost, but Andrea can get that for you. I think it was around 27, but I'm not sure. Yeah, and the other thing there, when the numbers were put out there, there was also migratory birds that were included in that. So the numbers were kind of shifting around a lot. And this is the other part. This is the other challenge to this, and the reason why we can't really keep our birds in the situation. The migratory birds are coming in. Okay, and they're what's spreading it to our flock. But the really ironic thing about this whole situation is if you will continue to see swans at Lake Eola Park, because we do have flyers that come in. Every year when we do the swan roundup, there's between 5 to 9 birds that are flyers that come in. So those migratory birds, oddly enough, we're not responsible for them, and they can continue to be at the park. I know it makes no sense. The migratory birds will still continue to be there, the ducks, the geese, and things like that. Well, we're asking people, please do not bring birds to Lake Eola Park. Do not bring geese. Do not drop off ducks that you give your kids at Easter for, and that kind of thing. We want you to try to be respectful of us during this situation. We're trying to adjust and make this a safer situation for all of our animals at Lake Eola Park. So yeah, people might be confused because they're going to continue to see swans, but they will be the flyers that come in. And like I say, all the microchip birds that we did the right thing to take care of and all that stuff and make sure that they were safe, those are the birds that we're going to have to rehome. I do not know how many. There's 5 cygnets currently? Okay, yeah, five currently. And so what they will do is they will take the entire family and relocate them first. But there's also eggs as well. They're going to be relocating the eggs before they even hatch. Yes, ma'am.
$60 million renovation that the park is undergoing right now. Are new homes, nesting areas, is that all part of the plan?
It was not part of the plan because when the plan was done, it did not, we didn't have the avian flu problem. Something I've been pushing for and that I will insist on, and the parks and staff, I'm going to be honest, has been resistant to doing, is putting a fence along Robinson. We did have some swans that were killed walking across the street, and I think that before we do these pavilions and all these fancy things, we need to do the very bare minimum, which is to provide the fencing, and that would also make it better for people who rent the park. It's less fencing that they have to put in, if they want to serve alcohol and things like this. So this would serve more than just the swans, and moving forward I'll be pushing for that, and we will have to put better medical pens and swan, cygnet care pens in place before we bring them back. That's definitely a part of it. That's a great question.
So at this point the decision hasn't been made as to whether the swans will come back or not, or what's the future?
Yeah, we haven't made a decision about whether they're going to come back because that's really going to hinge upon whether we can get approval from the federal and state agencies, which I think is going to really hinge upon whether we can inoculate them against avian flu and stop that spread. Because basically what's happening is we have a captive flock at Lake Eola, and the migratory birds come in and they spread the illnesses to our birds. And they, basically it's a bad situation. It's happened 2 years now in a row. The worst time for avian flu is between August and October, and and we want to make sure. Actually, it's August through January, I think it is. So we just want to make sure that we're being as safe as we can with them. I mean, nothing was more heartbreaking for me than hearing those swan deaths, over the holidays. It was awful. And the last thing I want to do, the reason we started this program was to keep them safe and to make sure they were taken care of. I mean, we would have the migratory swans that were coming in, they were sickly, people were hurting them. They were able to just grab them and wring their necks. And part of the whole program was to get them healthier so they can kind of defend themselves, So we went about this for the right reason. For over 80 years, we hadn't done anything, but we really did this to try to take care of them. And for many years, they were healthier and happier, and, they were great at the lake until we got this terrible situation with the avian flu. So that's where it's at. I won't support putting them back until we can make sure that we're not going to be putting them in harm's way. And that's where we're at this point in time, and we'll just have to see. And I've also directed park staff to look into how these other facilities that are FWC approved, how they get their approval, so we can look to maybe we can replicate that.
And you said that they were going to various locations.
Yeah.
Not
No. A couple of the varieties are more migratory, and they have to go to a different facility than the regular Polish mutes and the Australian blacks. I don't think that we will ever, however, get to a point where we can have all the exotics. I don't think we'll ever have the 7 varieties of the world, because I think that's just going to push us over an amount where we can maintain it. I think we're going to have less birds in order to maintain those pens, if we do have cygnets and all that. So I don't think we're going to be able to have as many birds and as many varieties as we have now. So if you want to see, the 5 of the 7 varieties that we have, you need to go ahead and see them now. I think they were going to talk about doing it starting this weekend. Yeah. I don't know how long it's going to take. They're going to be slowly relocating them. As you know, with the swan roundup, it takes us, we have to get a lot of people to round them up and everything like that. This is going to be a less intense situation, because we don't want to put, 44 swans in one area and then have to dole them out. We'll probably be moving them bit by bit. You're not going to see anything as dramatic as the swan roundup. And we also don't want to put them all together so that they're, we want to try to keep them apart so that they don't spread anything. Not that we have any problems right now, but we want to try to keep them as safe as possible under the circumstances. Anybody else have anything? Yeah, it's a sad day for Orlando, but we have 100 years of history with the swans. I'm hoping we can continue it in the future when it's safer for them, and we'll see what happens as we go through the renovation. And I will be pushing for those protections to make it safer for the swans as well. I think it was about 15 years ago. I don't have an exact date, but we've been doing about 15 years. And that's the other thing, is trying to we can't find a veterinarian. Our veterinarian is retiring. And that's the other part of the problem. We can't really take very good care of them right now, because even if somebody gets injured, we can't take them to the vet because the vet doesn't want them to the vet is concerned about bringing the virus into their practice. So it's a catch-22. We need to take them to the doctor. We can't take them to the doctor. If we don't take them to the doctor, they're going to die. And nobody will come to the park either for that reason. It took 90 days even for the state inspectors to come because they were worried about catching it. And this is the thing that is so ironic to me, is that I can't promise that there won't be avian flu at Lake Eola Park, because the migratory birds, we're still probably going to have to be doing the cleaning if we find birds. Fish and Game will have to come get it because it's their birds, they're not ours, and then they'll have to figure out the best way to deal with the migratory birds. But, again, this is not going to make this any safer in terms of the public, because as long as avian flu is around, we can still potentially, you can still potentially contract it. And there has been a case now of bird to human transmission. So that's another reason why there's this level of increased concern.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Yay. Thank you. Wish I had better news. Yikes. This is not one of the good days. We go, yay, this is one of
A
those.
sad day for Orlando. That was the word from Orlando City Commissioner Patty Sheehan speaking to reporters inside Orlando City Hall Rotunda there just a few minutes ago, where she outlined what we know about the plan to pause Lake Eola's Swan program, and was unable to say at this point whether they will come back. As Matt pointed out when we spoke with him earlier today, there will still be, you may still see swans at Lake Eola, but those would just be wild birds that come in. So a sad day, as Patty Sheehan described there. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Some big news this week when it comes to the theme parks, specifically at Universal Islands of Adventure, where we learned that the Lost Continent is going to be closed down. And so we talked earlier today with Tharin White, the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, to tell us everything we need to know about that closure and what might be taking its place.
Yeah, so we've kind of known for a couple of years now that Lost Continent was either getting majorly changed or knocked down. They were closing attraction after attraction. Show after show was just slowly getting pushed out, with Poseidon's Fury being the last one. And now Universal has officially said it. In 2027, we're going to see major demolition and major changes. There's rumors for what that land could be, and that we don't know. But we do know that in 2027, the Mythos, the greatest theme park restaurant in the world, is going to be closing down. We also know that there's going to be additional demolition this year inside of Lost Continent. They haven't said specifically what, but throughout 2026, we're going to see a bit of that demo happening, and it's going to continue on and on through 2027. Originally, people were wondering if the Mythos restaurant, which is a fan favorite, if that was going to survive whatever was coming next. And as soon as Universal said that's gone, it was pretty much confirmation that nothing in this land is going to survive. Because if the one thing was going to make it, it was that restaurant. And with them saying that, I think everything is getting turned to dust within the next year and a half.
What made Mythos a fan favorite?
The restaurant is incredible. I mean, you can see it on screen here. It looks like the weirdest, coolest restaurant you've ever seen in your life. I mean, there is water flowing through on the inside. It's carved of the Greek gods. Literally, it is a restaurant designed to eat like the Greek gods, with waterfalls crashing all around you. Their food was fantastic. They had a lamb burger. They served hummus. You could get some really great Greek food and views out into Islands of Adventure. So when it came to unique dining, I mean, we have a ton of amazing theme park restaurants here in Orlando. But there's nothing like walking up to a fully made rock statue with all of these Greek gods inside of it, going inside and having incredible views and flowing water. That is one of the things about the Lost Continent that I will miss, probably even more than the actual attractions that were there, is when they built that land originally, it was extremely bold. I mean, walking through that land, it really is a testament to the craftsmen that were working on that land when it was built. All of the rock work, all of the statues, all of the waterways. I mean, it is stunningly gorgeous throughout that section.
Yeah, so does it surprise you at all? I mean, I know this is a move that was expected given kind of the trend, how things closing down, them getting rid of pulling the shows out and that kind of thing. But given the uniqueness of it, how elaborate some of it is, you talk about fans loving that restaurant. Does it surprise you at all that they are taking this step to get rid of all of it?
A little bit, only because I thought a version of Mythos would survive. I thought maybe it's like you change the outside and save the inside. I'm not 100% surprised, because really this land, in a sad way, has been slowly dying over the course of like 5 years. It's just something will close down and then this won't be offered and that entertainment's not there. So just every single year, a little bit more of that land closed. I'm actually surprised that it kind of didn't happen faster. We all kind of thought in 2023 and 2024 that they were just about to just cut it, destroy it, and do all that. But perhaps their attention was so focused on Epic Universe at that time, they said, look, let's not divide this. Let's work solely on this park. And now that Epic Universe is open, and it's been open for about a year now, they said, all right, now we can go into this park and we can really give it our all. So a little surprised that it took this long, but at the same time, I'm not overly surprised. If the rumors are correct, and there's been a lot of talk that Nintendo in some way wants to move into this park, it could be Pokemon, it could be Zelda, or it could be something entirely different. We don't really know. But if that's going in there, they're probably going to want a clean slate. I mean, Nintendo is such a big property that if it is them moving into that area, they want every inch of land to do whatever they want to match their properties exactly.
And we have seen success and how much fans love the Super Nintendo world at Epic Universe and how immersive that is. So you can certainly understand that. Do we know what the timetable is for closing these things down? And is there any sort of idea about construction, or is it still way too early to know that?
I think it's too early to know any exact details. They did say that throughout 2026, this year, that we are going to see some demolition. They didn't say exactly what, but it's not going to be Mythos. The Mythos restaurant is going to be closing in 2027. So at least that section is going to stay open. They've also talked about the Thunder Falls Terrace that's over in the Jurassic Park area of Universal Islands of Adventure, that is going to be transformed into something new in 2027. So I think because we're losing like this fine dining with Mythos and they're getting rid of that, they're going to be changing one of the quick service locations at Jurassic Park into something that can kind of be like Mythos's like replacement at that point. Over at Universal Studios Beijing, they have a place like that. It's called Hammond's. It's based off of Jurassic Park. So I'm pretty confident that that might be what they're going for, or at least something similar, but we don't have exact timelines. I will say, if you want to get any last photos in that land, now is the time, because it could really be any day that a major structure is taken down. Some aerial photos that were taken backstage show that they're already moving in a ton of equipment and getting stuff ready. And usually when Universal decides to go for something, they really, really go for it. So it could be the difference of a week, an entire megastructure could be knocked down in that area.
And that's a good point, because we have seen them move pretty fast before. So, all right, now shifting gears here a little bit, a neat addition at MCO of all places. Tharin, talk with us about this.
Yeah, over in Terminal C, that is the newest area of the Orlando International Airport, they've opened up a section called the Flybrary. It is a library specifically inside of the airport. So if you're in Terminal C, you've got kids, if you want them to be able to go and enjoy some time, a lot of the flights that go out of Terminal C are international flights. And so some people get there really, really early, and there could be delays and all that. So they really just wanted to add a new spot that kids could go and relax. And one of the things you're going to notice there, pretty obviously, is one of the Lake Eola swans sitting there. That is one of the original swan boats that actually was on Lake Eola, and the team found it by accident on Facebook Marketplace. Someone was selling it, they found it, they restored it, and now it's a spot for kids and adults to hang out. They've got books there, and then you can also, there's some interactive games that are based around the airport as well. It's just a really cute addition and something that kind of can help your experience if you're at the airport for an extended period.
And I kind of wish I found that on Facebook Marketplace. Why can't I find anything that cool?
That is such a cool piece of history that they were able to grab and restore. And it's just, it's not a major addition, but if you're a family member that's sitting at the airport for 3 hours and there's a library right next to you, it is a major addition.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It can make a huge difference, that's for sure. Also, Electric Ocean returning to SeaWorld Orlando. And Tharin, I know you're excited about this one.
I am. I got to see. I hope this changes correctly. There we go. We had to get the energy. Electric Ocean is coming back to SeaWorld Orlando. It is my all-time favorite summer event that we have here, and I love it. It's at SeaWorld Orlando. It's included with theme park admission, and they have an incredible nighttime show. They've got drones, they've got fireworks, they've got fountains, and not only that, they're bringing back some stuff that they had years ago. That's going to be Shamu's Celebration, Light Up the Night, Sea Lions Tonight, and Dolphins Touch the Sky. So it's not just going to be the drones and the fireworks and the nighttime music and all the energy, but it's going to have the animals, it's going to have Hydro Surge, and it really just turns the park itself into a nightclub. When it comes to summer events, I know when we talk about the theme parks a lot, when I'm able to chat with you, I go, well, I like this ride, well, I like that, and I don't feel like I have a definitive answer. When it comes to summertime events, Electric Ocean at SeaWorld Orlando is my all-time favorite of all of the theme park events. I love it. It's great because in the summer, I feel like the parks kind of tone themselves down a lot, and they don't really want to be able to go and have like a huge event because it kind of brings in extra crowds when they're already trying to tone it down. Electric Ocean is the opposite. They said, nope, we're going to open the park for later. You can go on some of these rides. You can do it in the dark. We're going to have fireworks. And especially this show, as you can see right there, Ignite, it's incredible. It is the best nighttime show that SeaWorld Orlando has ever pulled off. You've got live performers, you've got dancers, you've got characters in the area. They're having drones go off. They have flamethrowers. They have lasers. They have fireworks. It's kind of nuts. Like, it looked like last year when SeaWorld kind of did this update with the drones, they were trying to prove something, and they seriously proved whatever they were going for, because it is a must-see show, in my opinion.
It looks impressive. It looks electric. I mean, the energy is something else.
Yeah, they've got this song that they like to play. It's called Feeling Electric. You'll hear it around the park. If you like the song, great. You're going to hear it about 20 times while you're at the park. If you don't like it, well, get used to it. I will say it gets you very, very hyped because that's some of the music they're going to be playing right as the show starts. And what's cool is the show that you're seeing here, there's obviously a stage set up in front of it. But before that actually happens, it's kind of like a dance party for kids. So they've got entertainment there and the kids can go and hang out with some of the characters. And they've got a family-friendly DJ that's playing music for hours leading up to it. And right behind that, they've got some food and drink. So if the family wants to sit down inside the stadium, let the kids dance out all their energy, and then they've already got their seat to watch this fireworks spectacular, they can do that. It's a really great way, especially with how hot, obviously, it gets here in Florida in the summer, to have some of these offerings that kind of pushes the park hours back and stays open later, so you don't have to be there at 1 p.m. in the middle of the sun to be able to go enjoy like their biggest event.
And the animal experiences are returning too.
Yes, that is correct. Yep, that's the Shamu celebration, the sea lions, and then the dolphins touch the sky. That is also going to be happening. So if you're someone that maybe doesn't love fireworks and drones, that's fine. There are 3 separate animal experiences. Each are going to have a show specifically made for the Electric Ocean experience. These are returning events that happened years ago, and fans were really, really loved those. And so to have them come back, it's great. It's exciting. It brings even more animal experiences, which obviously SeaWorld Orlando already has a ton of.
All right, and finally here, Tharin, you know we love talking about donuts, and Everglazed has a special donut for Mother's Day weekend.
That they do. For 3 days only, May 8th, 9th, and 10th, you can get the Mother's Day donut. It has lavender icing, vanilla buttercream, candy pearls, pink icing, and then an edible disc on top, the part that says Mother's Day. So if you're looking to get mom a little treat, there's so many different ways. I know we've talked in the weeks coming up to this how many different Mother's Day offerings there are at the theme parks and the hotels, and here's yet another option if you want to go around Disney Springs and get a really tasty donut. And look, I don't live in the same state as my mom, so she's up in Delaware, but at the same time, I might get a really good donut, and that looks really good to me. So I'll just send her a picture and say, I was thinking of you while I was eating this delicious donut.
That is so thoughtful. That is so thoughtful, Tharin. I'm sure she will appreciate that.
Probably. We'll see.
Tharin White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info, joining me earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus. Well, we are just about out of time right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. You can stay tuned for Fox 35 Weather Plus coming up in just a minute. And then after Weather Plus, we will be listening in to Governor Ron DeSantis, who is going to be speaking live from Miami. He's at the Bay of Pigs Museum and Library there, and we expect him to start his news conference scheduled to start at 3:45. Will likely end up closer to 4. So we'll have that for you after Fox 35 Weather Plus. So keep it here on Fox Local.